Sure, definitely. Hello, good evening ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the class of Environment and Ecology, and we will be continuing the session we started in the morning. Yes, so because some of the class, some part of the class had no audio for online people, so we will just have a glance through the things which we discussed earlier. Just have a glance, we will discuss again and then we will move forward. Is it okay? Yes. So, we were talking about the concepts of the environment, which includes a lot of other things, which is subject matter of your ecology. So, all the viewers, please let me know whether audio, video, whether you are able to have the visual and the audio, whether you can hear me or not. Please let me know in the comments, because earlier we had an issue with the audio. Yes, please. Yes, sir. Yes. So, we are looking at the environment, which is subject matter of ecology. Okay. Yes. And we were talking about the processes through which there is movement of certain nutrients, gases or wastes or toxins, so or solvents like water. So, we mentioned about something called as diffusion, and we also mentioned about something called as osmosis. So, in this process, let us have a look at what is diffusion. Diffusion is nothing but movement of nutrients, movement of solids, movement of gases from a region of higher concentration towards a region of lower concentration. Please understand that based on this we have had a lot of questions, and one simple example is, as we mentioned earlier, for example, you take the concentration of certain gases in the blood and then in the atmospheric air, that means in the lungs. So, you look at the gases like the oxygen and carbon dioxide in general. So, the concentration of oxygen is higher in the atmosphere. What is the percentage of oxygen in the atmosphere? Approximately 20.8%, and in the blood it is usually lesser, it is about 16%. So, based on the principle of diffusion you have studied, yes please, from where to where would be the movement of oxygen? From higher to lower, that means from atmospheric air to blood, automatically oxygen moves through a process of diffusion. And carbon dioxide concentration in the atmosphere is approximately 0.04%, and in the blood it is 0.4%. So, from where to where would be movement of carbon dioxide? Blood to atmosphere or lungs, that means it is exhaled out, driven out. You understand this? This happens even when you have question, we will talk about that in science and technology. Yawning, yes, when you yawn, what happens? Why do you yawn? Primarily it is psychological, but also driven by excessive accumulation of carbon dioxide in the blood to drive it out. Yes. So, we can explain this through the process of diffusion, please understand this, and also movement of nutrients, especially in plants, in the soil. Plants absorb nutrients from the soil based on diffusion. Plants absorb gases from the atmosphere through the process of diffusion. Please understand this. It is passive process. Passive means what? It doesn't require energy. It is a free flowing process according to concentration gradient from higher to lower. So, this is diffusion and few examples we mentioned already. Next is what? Osmosis, as we mentioned earlier. Osmosis is a movement of solvent. What is universal solvent? Universal solvent is nothing but water. From where to where? From low solute towards high solute concentration. For all the practical purposes, here solute means salt. Usually, unless otherwise specifically mentioned, it is salt. So, low salt to high salt is osmosis, movement of water from low solute to high solute concentration until the solute concentration reaches equilibrium, until there is equilibrium reached. Please understand this. So, from hypotonic, if you know the terminology, to hypertonic until normal concentration, normotonic solution is reached. Hypotonic means what? The concentration of solute is lesser. Hypertonic means what? The concentration of solute is greater in the solvent. So, that is how it is. So, until concentration of the solute reaches an equilibrium, this movement of water occurs, and this process is also a passive process, and this process occurs across a semi-permeable or selectively permeable membrane. So, this is osmosis, but the example or the question what we gave is what? If there is a fruit which is rich in water, for example watermelon, is discarded into sea water or ocean or salt water, what happens? Fruit becomes dry from inside. This indicates why in salt rich environments organisms become dehydrated. You will understand this. Now, one more question I can ask you, that why if you consume more salt you will develop hypertension. What is hypertension? More salt in your food will increase blood pressure in your body, high blood pressure. Doctor says don't eat more salt. Why? You will develop high BP. If you have your parents or your grandparents, they were told by doctors not to eat more salt. Yes or no? Why? How do you explain this using application? Through using osmosis. That is how it is. If you consume more salt in the blood, so which organ is responsible for elimination of excessive substances in the blood from your body? Kidney. Kidney is the organ which filters the blood. You know that, yes or no? Kidneys, blood. So, you consumed more salt in the food, it entered the digestive tract, digestive system, and whatever enters your digestive system would enter your bloodstream through intestinal microvilli. You know that, yes. Blood, high salt concentration, kidneys have to eliminate it, yes, kidneys have to eliminate it. So, where is high salt, in the blood or in the kidneys? In the blood. So, from where to where water moves? From kidneys. Instead of eliminating excessive water from the kidneys, the water accumulates in the blood. So, what happens to blood volume? Blood volume, because of retention of water, because kidneys are not able to eliminate water, yes, and water remains in your blood. What happens to blood volume? It increases. More blood volume means more pressure in blood vessels and more load on heart. You have to understand this. So, more blood heart has to pump. Heart will have to pump harder and it has to push more volume of blood, and this increases pressure exerted by the blood on the walls of blood vessels. Hence, overall it contributes to high blood pressure, more blood volume and water retains in the body, you may call it as bloating. Person's weight increases, load on the heart increases. You will understand this? Small blood vessels may rupture. You will understand this? So, how can you explain this? Based on the principle of osmosis. Now, one more application of osmosis is what? Reverse osmosis, which is active process. That means it requires energy. So, reverse osmosis means what? You force the water to move from high solute concentration towards an area of low solute concentration. This is one method of purification of water. You take contaminated water. Contaminated means what? Something got added to water which changes the natural property of the water. What is the natural property of the water? Lack of color, lack of taste, lack of odor and transparency. These are the natural properties of water. If these natural properties of water change, we call that condition as contamination. If that contaminated water causes health problems in humans, then you call that water as polluted water. Understand the difference between contamination and pollution. You will understand this. All pollutions are primarily contaminations. Not all contaminations lead to pollution. For example, you consume soft drinks. Yes or no? Beverages which are sold in the market. They have taste, they have color, they have odor and they lack transparency factor. You still consume them, you smile and live. Yes or no? Don't you think that water is contaminated? Is it harmful to you? Not immediately. You enjoy that beverage. Yes or no? In Hyderabad, people say, hey, Halim tastes good with Pepsi, biryani tastes good with Coke. That's how people market it, just to sell their product, you know. What happens to people's health? Who cares? Yes or no? You also do the same, is it? That's why you are frozen. You also drink some soft beverages along with the food, is it? That's very dangerous. They will block the nutrient absorption in your small intestine, you know that. Anyways, easier said than done, isn't it? Okay, so what happens here? Contaminated water can be purified using reverse osmosis. Hence, RO process is employed in water purification machinery which require electrical energy supply, which makes it little expensive, isn't it? That is why we are not able to incorporate this across the country to solve the problem of scarcity of water, because the process is energy intensive and expensive. We have solutions, but whether people have access to it, whether people can afford it or not, whether governments can afford it or not, we have solution to every problem. But accessibility, affordability seem to be the challenges. Yes or no? Problems are there, solutions are also there. In between, affordability, accessibility. You get it? That's how it is. Getting back here, reverse osmosis based on this. Okay, moving on to the next concept, which is about trophic levels. So, trophic level concept was introduced by Raymond Lindman, Yale University of United States. He was the research scholar in Yale University, Raymond Lindman. He introduced the concept of trophic levels to explain the movement of energy, because again they believe that, we also still believe that universe is made of matter and energy. So, matter can be converted into energy and energy can also be converted back into matter. Entire universe works on the same principle. Please understand this. Get it? Entire universe works on the same principle. But Stephen Hawking added one more dimension to it. What is that dimension? Yes, please. Anything else? Online people? Listening? Anyone is there or not? Yes, please. Time dimension. Time. Do you think plants and animals have time? Do you think they follow time? Do you think it exists for them? Then time exists only for You. Yes or no? Is it universal phenomenon? Doubt. Hence we don't mention it. But Stephen Hawking opined that there is cosmic time. But again, evidences are lax, hence we don't believe, but it exists. Okay, on a different level. Yes. Matter and energy, yes, we all know that. Yes. How can you say that? Simple example, what is that here? Gravity, gravitational force, gravity and magnetic properties are present. So, do you think that Earth has gravity? Sun has gravity? Moon has gravity? Why they have gravity? They also have certain amount of magnetic property also. Do you think Earth has magnetic property? Yes. Then is it because of, are these two because of same reasons or different reasons? Same reason is it? Different reasons is it? These are supposed to be revision classes, isn't it? Yeah. If gravity is there, why do you think gravity is present? Gravity is the product of what? Again, all your answers revolve around matter and energy. Please understand this. Gravity is a cosmic phenomenon, universal phenomenon. Gravity exists outside the Earth also. Many cosmic objects, whether satellites or stars or planets, too have gravity. It is not limited to only Earth, yes or no? So is magnetism. Magnetic property is also present. It is a cosmic entity. Sun, stars have magnetic property, satellites have magnetic property and other planets also have magnetic property. So it is a universal phenomenon. What is the reason for it? Geography, basics. Basics. See, to frame question, basic concepts are enough. Because many of the candidates who are preparing for the exams, they are ignoring basic concepts. They are giving importance only to current affairs. So if UPSC gives questions on basics, gone. Everything is gone. Yes or no? Basics are foundations. Current affairs is top floor. Which should be stronger? Top floor or a foundation? How can you miss such a simple logic? How can you forego or miss or take for granted basics? Can you take? Now the questions. Question mark on the face will come. No, that's how it is. You have to be little more comprehensive. Connect the dots. You understand this? Okay. Gravity. Why gravity? Gravity is a product of what? Density. You see, 13.7 billion years ago, the universe started expanding. Not suddenly, but people call it as Big Bang theory. Yes or no? Back then, matter was in a singular entity called as singularity, one piece. The density was infinite and gravity was infinite. Hence, the energy, because of the compactness, also became infinite. So much so that that energy could not escape, but resulted in separation of entities away from each other. Hence, components of that singularity, they started moving away. Moving away in all directions, they started rotating. Still we are rotating. Yes or no? And then we have the density. Excessive amount of density causes the force of attraction. We call it as what? Gravity. Fundamental forces exist in the nature. What are those fundamental forces which exist in the nature, in the universe? We have three fundamental forces. Gravitational force is the weakest fundamental force in the universe. Then which one is the strongest? Nuclear force. What are the three fundamental forces in the universe here? So we have strong nuclear force and we have weak nuclear force, and we have electromagnetic force, and we have weakest, which is gravitational force. Weakest of all fundamental force in the universe is gravitational force. Strongest is the force which exists between proton and neutron in a given nucleus of an atom. If you separate it, you call it as nuclear fission. You have huge amount of energy released, yes or no? Nuclear fission. And if you fuse them, huge amount of energy is released, you call it as nuclear fusion. You know, they are huge amounts of energy and you can use it for peaceful purposes, yes or no? Why the world is scared of nuclear weapons? Destructive it is, but peaceful, that is different, yes or no? Getting back here, okay, trophic levels concept was given by Raymond Lindman to explain the movement of energy. Trophic levels, we will try to combine them with other components as well here. So, in a given ecosystem, trophic levels in the given ecosystem is what? Structural and functional unit of ecology in general. Structural and functional unit of ecology is ecosystem here. So, trophic levels talk about various levels of organization within ecosystem based on movement of energy. So, here the Lindman's concept would come into picture, Raymond Lindman's concept would come into picture here in general. So, we have something called as producers, which are also called as autotrophs, which are nothing but photosynthetic organisms or plants. Plants in aquatic environment or in the water are called as phytoplanktons, and also algae. So, these produce energy by the virtue of photosynthesis and have 100% of energy, and these are considered as primary trophic level. So, when the plants are consumed by other organisms, we call them as what? Herbivores, which are also called as primary consumers in general. So, they get 10% of energy of what plants have. This movement involves 90% of energy lost. What do you mean by lost here? 90% of energy is not used for biomass building in organisms. Then where does this 90% of energy go? It is not a small amount of energy to disappear. So, this is lost in the form of heat, this is lost in the form of waste, this is lost in the form of metabolism. That means maintenance of day-to-day functions of the bodies of living organisms. Maintenance. For example, if you earn 1 lakh rupees a month, how much will be left by the end of the month is much lesser than what you have earned. Yes or no? Some amount of money you use for paying your maintenance like rents and all, and expenditure, eating, food, water, electricity, Wi-Fi and all those things. Some would be gone for EMIs, some would be gone for recreational activities, some would be for shopping. All those things are gone. Now, what is left actually for investment or savings will be much lesser when compared to how much you got. Yes or no? Similarly, organisms consumed matter, but how much is left to build new tissues is only 10%. Then what happened to the rest of 90%? It is gone as waste or heat or maintaining metabolism. Who is speaking? Raymond Lindman, 1942. Clear? This is Lindman's 10% law. So, from one trophic level to another trophic level, when energy moves, only 10% is available for the higher trophic level organisms to be converted into biomass, and 90% is gone wasted. Just remember this. And another trophic level is what? Secondary consumers. Secondary consumers also called as carnivore. And how much of energy would they get based on 10% law? Only 1% of energy they get, because of which their numbers are limited, their reproductive potential is limited, and their biomass is also lesser, relatively speaking. And if at all there is any organism which can consume these carnivores, they will get only 0.1% of energy, which is very, very less. These can be called as tertiary consumers. And at the last trophic level, you have something called as apex predators. Usually, apex predators cannot survive in all ecosystems because the amount of energy available is negligible. So, that is what is explained by Lindman's 10% law, along with trophic levels. Trophic levels, please understand this. This concept also helps us understand food chains. We will talk about that later. So, this is one concept. Moving on to the classification of ecosystem, the concept of ecosystem, as we discussed earlier. Ecosystem is considered as unit of ecology. And as we discussed earlier, levels of organization in ecology. Ecosystem talks about communities of organisms. That means various species, various populations living together. Community of organisms in a given region. Ecosystem, which is unit of ecology. So, self-sustaining and unique. Self-sustaining region is called as ecosystem. And what we have to study under ecosystem is ecosystem components and ecosystem types classification. That is what we will discuss. So, talking about ecosystem components, as we mentioned earlier, we have broadly speaking the biotic components and abiotic components. Hope I am audible, visible, comprehensible. Yes? Online people, any issues? Yes, please. Okay. So, biotic means living, and this would include the plants along with the phytoplanktons, algae, which come under autotrophs, which come under producers, and animals, which come under, which also are in aquatic environments. Zooplanktons are animals which consume phytoplankton, like a herbivore in the aquatic environment. Animals like zooplanktons and other animals which are called as consumers. Next would be microorganisms which are called as reducers, which are nothing but fungi and bacteria. Please do not include virus. Do not include virus at all. Don't make the mistake of including viruses, because they cannot survive in the absence of another living cell. Yes. So, biotic are these producers, consumers and reducers, and abiotic are those which are in the form of what? Edaphic factors like soil factors, and we have aquatic factors like water factor and various gases, atmospheric factors. Along with that, we have other factors like heat or cold, light, pH, humidity, gravity. Yes. So, all these pressure, atmospheric pressure, air pressure, all these factors, water vapor, of course, humidity here, all these factors will have some role to play in growth and development of living organisms. When all these are present, in general there is a statement called as Gaia hypothesis or Gaia hypothesis. Gaia hypothesis is present in applied ecology or applied environmental studies, which is called as that biotic and abiotic components do not exist independently, they exist together as a complex system. Living organisms influence abiotic factors and abiotic factors in turn influence living organisms. They coexist in any given region, they are not independent of each other, they are part and parcel of complex whole. You will understand this? So, this hypothesis is called as Gaia or Gaia hypothesis or Gaia hypothesis. You do not have to worry about it, but still, yes. So, these are components of ecosystem in general, they are called as biotic and abiotic in general. And next is classification or typology or types of ecosystems. Largely or broadly speaking, we have two types. Number one, on land terrestrial ecosystems, and on or in water aquatic ecosystems. Terrestrial ecosystems are classified, further subclassified based on temperature, based on altitude and based on precipitation. Types of terrestrial ecosystems would vary or differ. They are in the form of what? Number one, tundra ecosystems at very high altitudes, very low temperature and very low precipitation. And tundra ecosystems are at very high altitude, low temperature, low precipitation. They are of two subcategories. Number one is Arctic tundras seen in polar regions and alpine tundras which are seen in non-polar regions. Alpine tundras. So, very low temperature, no precipitation, high altitude, vegetation is very scanty, no vegetation, and most of the animals which live in tundra regions are carnivorous, most, because there is no vegetation in general. So, very scanty vegetation will be there, yes. And second terrestrial ecosystem is taiga ecosystem on the slopes, mountain slopes. These are also called as coniferous forests, also called as boreal forests, and they are, for example, conifer forests have trees which are of the type of pine trees, birch trees or sequoia or junipers. Yeah. So, these are some examples of coniferous trees or forests here. They have modifications for conservation of water, related modifications in which leaves are modified into spines and flowers are modified into cones. Because these trees are cone bearing, hence they are also called as coniferous trees. There is scarcity of water, though there is precipitation, moderate temperatures on mountain slope like ground or soil. Because there is no stagnation of water and there is scarcity of water, they have modifications to conserve water, to prevent water loss through transpiration. Yes, and third subcategory of terrestrial ecosystem is forest ecosystems, and these are the regions which have very high amount of biological diversity or varieties of plants and animals. So, forest ecosystems, they have the normal altitudes here, altitude are not very high, and then temperatures are usually higher and precipitation is also higher, high precipitation, higher temperatures, or depending on the region where they are present, we can have tropical forests within Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn between 23.5 degrees north and south latitudes here, and we can also have temperate forests, and we can have the evergreens, and then we can have rainforests, we can have deciduous, we can have scrub forests, we can have shrub forests. Yes. So, forest ecosystems, there is high amount of primary productivity. diversity is high, temperatures are high, precipitation is high, and because of which more amount of plant growth and herbivores and carnivores populations are very high, and you will see very high amount of biodiversity here. Fourth type of terrestrial ecosystem subcategorization is grassland. Grassland ecosystems are dominated by grasses including bamboo, and trees cannot survive because of risk of fire. Grasses are tolerant to fire, trees are not tolerant to fire. If trees get burned by fires, it takes decades for trees to reappear, but grasses can grow faster. That is why trees are not frequently found in grassland ecosystems. Again, grasslands can be of various types depending on the location here. For example, in Eurasia they are called as what? Steppes. In North America they are called as what? Prairies. And Africa, some parts of Asia also, they are called as what? Savannas. Yes. So downs and velds are present in southern parts here, that is Australia and South America here. So these are few types of grasslands. And fifth type of terrestrial ecosystem is a desert ecosystem. Desert ecosystems, we have a cold desert and we have hot deserts as well here, wherein temperatures are very extreme, either extremely low cold desert or extremely high temperatures hot deserts here. Precipitation is less or negligible, hence vegetation is scanty, precipitation is very less, hence vegetation is scanty here, biodiversity is very low. So these are different types of terrestrial ecosystems. Moving on to aquatic ecosystems. We have three types of aquatic ecosystems here. Number one is freshwater ecosystem. Number two is the saline ecosystem, also called as the estuarine ecosystem, also called as the brackish ecosystem. Third is marine ecosystem or the sea or ocean ecosystem here. All these are differentiated based on salt concentration or sodium chloride concentration. If sodium chloride concentration is less than 1 parts per 1000 grams per liter, parts per 1000, it is fresh water. If sodium chloride concentration is between 3 to 5 parts per 1000, it is brackish water, wherein river or fresh water body drains into ocean or sea. Next is marine ecosystem, wherein the sodium chloride concentrations would reach up to 35 parts per 1000 or grams per liter, that is marine, high salt concentration in general. Yes. So again, freshwater ecosystems again are of multiple types here. Number one is what? The lentic ecosystem, stagnant. Lentic means stagnant freshwater like lakes and ponds. What is the difference between a lake and a pond? Both are same, is it? Yes? Pond is small, lake is big. Okay, great. Something like that. Yes. It is based on penetrability of sunlight in general. Yes. So usually ponds sunlight reaches deeper, lakes sunlight doesn't reach deeper, depth is greater. Yes. Okay. Anyways, so lotic ecosystem is what? Moving fresh water, that is streams or canals or rivers, freshwater bodies. So depending on the type of freshwater body here. Estuarine or brackish, you can see that, wherein river water drains into ocean, or backwaters in general near the coastal regions, backwaters. It may be because of what? Lagoons or atolls, or it could be based on the backwaters, or it could also be based on the drainage areas of rivers into oceans here. Next is ocean itself. So these are certain aquatic ecosystems in general. Getting back to the components here, we were talking about the governing principles of ecosystems earlier. governing principles of ecosystems. We have 3 different principles which are part and parcel of governing principle of ecosystem or ecology here. Number 1 is what? Principle of or law of conservation of energy. Second one is law of limiting factors, and third one is law of homeostasis or law of equilibrium. So, what is the law of energy here? Law of or principle of energy, that matter can be converted into energy and energy can be converted back into matter. Yes. So, here conservation of energy becomes the principle or the first law of thermodynamics here. So, energy comes in the form of solar, that is insolation, sunlight here, sunlight. Sunlight acts as primary source of energy which is trapped by photosynthetic organisms and convert that into chemical energy in the form of adenosine triphosphate ATP. Yes, and from here energy moves across various organisms, trophic levels, and we have consumers. So, that is how energy plays a very important role, and energy gets converted into biomass which is nothing but matter, and during metabolic activities energy gets released as heat, and once organisms die, they are converted back into nutrients into the soil and energy is released back into the atmosphere. So, principle of energy is first principle, availability of energy and transfer of energy and conversion of energy into biomass is one principle based on which ecosystems work. Second principle is what? Limiting factors, and there are multiple sub theories in limiting factors here. So, limiting factors theory was first time proposed by whom? Blackman. So, Blackman's theory of limiting factor talks about what? In general, the slowest limiting factor, affects the growth and development of plants. Slowest factor. For example, there are a lot of factors which are responsible for growth and development of plants in general. Yes, among multiple factors, slowest factor would have great influence on the growth and development of plants. For example, if carbon dioxide and oxygen and water are available abundantly, if sunlight is not intense, lack of intensity of sunlight would act as limiting factor. Unless you increase the intensity of sunlight, growth and development of plant will not increase. Though you may increase availability of carbon dioxide, though you may increase availability of water, still growth and development of plant will be affected. Why? Because it is influenced by slowest factor. That is Blackman's law of limiting factor. And sub theories concern the limiting factor is what? The Liebig's law of minimum. Liebig's law of minimum talks about what? Talks about the scarcest or scantiest factor will have a very important role in growth and development rather than other factors. For example, you have nutrients, soil nutrients. Nutrients, we have metallic and non-metallic nutrients like zinc, silicon, molybdenum, cobalt, yes, phosphorus, nitrogen, sulfur, all these nutrients here. Even if one element is deficient or scanty or scarce, that element, unless and until you increase that element's availability, all other elements though may be abundant available, still the growth will be affected because of deficiency of or minimum scarcity of one element. You will understand this. For example, we give this example to humans also. Hair growth and hair fall, many people complain of. They will be saying that I eat a lot of things but still I have hair loss. Okay, genetic factors may be ruled out, but again what is that here? Zinc. Zinc deficiency is a very popular factor for hair. So zinc is not available in all the foods you consume. Now unless you supplement yourself with zinc, till then you will have hair fall. No matter what you eat, you can eat all the animals in the world, but still you will have hair loss. Why? You are not fulfilling that particular nutrient which is deficient in your body, that is zinc. You understand this? Similar, for example, nitrogen is deficient. No matter what other things you supply, growth will not increase unless you increase availability of the scantiest element, that is nitrogen. Hence we use lot of urea to plant growth. Yes or no? Urea is source of nitrogen. Unless you supply it, no matter how much sunlight you give, how much water you give, how much other nutrients or fertilizers you give, if you don't increase nitrogen content, plants will not grow. Scarcest element will have a role in growth and development, that is Liebig's law of minimum. Again, other sub-theory is what is the Shelford's law of optimum. Shelford's law of optimum. It is not just a deficiency of a nutrient or a factor, but also abundance. Deficiency as well as abundance, both will be harmful or detrimental. Rather, not critical minimum. Critical minimum is deficiency, not critical maximum. Critical maximum means abundance. Rather, in between critical minimum, critical maximum, there is something called as optimum availability of nutrients, which is useful for growth and development of plants, neither critical minimum nor critical maximum. So deficiency also is detrimental to growth and development, abundance also is harmful to growth and development, but a balance, optimum. Shelford's law of optimum. Next is what? Barry Commoner's rule, four different rules. Barry Commoner's rules. What are those 4 rules here? First one is what? Everything is connected to everything else. Change in one factor will cause change in all other factors, if not immediately but eventually, if not in the same form but in a different form. You will understand this. So everything is connected to everything else in a given region, in a given ecosystem here. Second one is what? There is nothing called as away. Whatever goes around will come around. Nothing goes waste. There is no away thing in nature. Nature recycles everything. What goes around would come around. For example, Delhi pollution, you know that our national capital is one of the most polluted cities in the world. You will understand this. So be proud of it. Whatever you are releasing out of automobiles and industries are burning, whatever smoke, pollutants you are releasing, where are they ending up? They are ending up in the lungs and blood of people who are living there. Yes or no? Same thing applies to water, same thing applies to soil. Whatever you throw in the soil, whatever you throw in the water, it will find its way into your body. There is nothing called as throwing something away from the earth. You cannot really discard anything away. It will find its way into the living organisms' bodies, if not immediately, eventually, if not in the same form, in a different form. You have to understand this. For example, all this poultry, eggs and chicken you are consuming, you know they are injected with chemicals, harmful chemicals, hormones, growth promoters. They find their way into your body, your hormones will be imbalanced, your menstrual cycle is affected, you will have infertility and you will have hormonal changes, males become females, females become males. No marriage, after marriage no children, you have lot of diseases, more cancers, more hormone imbalances. By the age of 40 or 50, people are dying. Don't you think this is happening frequently? Why? whatever you are throwing out is coming back in the form of ready-made foods, packaged foods, fast foods and 10-minute foods. You like it? Have it. You get the point here. So that is the meaning of this here. Third is what? Nature knows. Nature knows better. That means whatever changes you perform to nature in the form of improvisation will have detrimental effects. Detrimental effects. To improvise nature is harmful. So that is third. Fourth is what? There is nothing called as free meal. No, there is nothing called as a free lunch or free meal. Nothing comes free. Everything has a cost. If not immediately, eventually. If not in that place, elsewhere. If not in that form, in another form. There are costs involved. For example, activities which you are doing, they come with a cost, but the cost will be paid by future generations. You are destroying water, you are destroying air, you are increasing the temperature, global warming, and you are destroying the forests. You are calling it as development and you are creating jobs, you are building assets and all. But the cost of all those deforestation, pollution, climate change, who will pay? Your future generation, your next generation, your children, your grandchildren. They will pay the price. They will say that you were wrong. Are you wrong? Because you say the same thing to your ancestors, yes or no? You say they were wrong and you are right. For your future generations, you are the past. As you are blaming your past, they will also blame their past, and you are wrong, they will say. Would you accept it? Are you wrong? This continues. Yes or no? You blame the history, you blame some people as wrong in the past, isn't it? For various reasons. For whatever they did, to the best of their abilities, to the best of their circumstances, to the best of their knowledge. Whatever they did was right for them. But for you, you call them as wrong. And same thing is waiting for you also in the form of your future generations. They will also say that you were wrong. Yes or no? Now this cycle repeats. Yes, and for example, you say between 1500 BCE and 500 CE, what happened? Caste system emerged. From Varna, Jati emerged. Untouchability emerged. That is wrong, people say now. Yes or no? But during COVID lockdown, you practiced untouchability. For you, it was right. Reasons were different. Practice was same. Yes or no? But for you, past people were wrong. Their practices were wrong. Their books were wrong. Their culture was wrong. Their traditions were wrong. For the reasons largely known to yourself. For future generations, do you think you are right? For whatever you do, to the best of your abilities, to the best of circumstances, resource availability and knowledge, whatever you are doing, you assume that it is right to you. But for future generations, you will be absolutely wrong. Yes or no? In your story, others are always wrong. For present generation, past is always wrong. This cycle repeats. Never blame anyone as wrong, because you are also wrong for someone else. Are you ready to take the blame? If you are not ready to take the blame, don't blame others. Can you? This should change the way you look at the world. This is education, not mere literacy. Are you ready for everything? That's a long shot, isn't it? Getting back here. So, very common as 4 principles. Again, part and parcel of limiting factors. And what is the third governing principle here? Third governing principle. First is principle of energy. Second is principle of limiting factors. And third is the principle of homeostasis or principle of equilibrium. What happens in this homeostasis or equilibrium is nature or ecosystems have a fine balance. Any stimulus, any challenge, any demand which damages the balance would be managed by the ecosystems or regions. We call this as in general negative feedback mechanism. Negative feedback mechanism. Simple example, if plants are consumed by herbivores and herbivore population is increasing and plant population is declining, how would balance or equilibrium be achieved? If all plants are consumed by herbivores and herbivore population increases, herbivores will not have any plant left to eat. Then what will happen to herbivore population? Not having food, herbivore population would decline. In this decline, plant population slowly would recover and replenish until there is a fine balance between population of herbivore and the density of plant population. So this is nature's own way of striking a balance, and every ecosystem will find its balance. And depending on the resource availability, it is also called as the carrying capacity in general. Threshold, resource threshold here in general. If resources are scarce or scanty in a given ecosystem, population would decline. Population of all animals would decline until resource increase. So this is the balance we are looking at, and every ecosystem would follow this rule of homeostasis or equilibrium. Going back, moving on to the next concept, what this is called as what? The concept of structural and functional aspects. Structural and functional aspects of ecosystems and ecology here. In that, first few things are very simple. They are called as what? The concept of food chain and concept of food webs. So food chain is what? That is a linking of living organisms for the purpose of acquiring energy or food. So food chain is an imaginary academic concept wherein organisms are linked to each other. For example, plants are linked to animals. Herbivores are linked to carnivores. Carnivores are linked to omnivores. So this is a chain-like linear representation of organisms and their interactions for the purpose of acquiring energy in the form of food, and energy acts as a link between various organisms belong to various trophic levels in a linear representation, and this academic and research oriented representation is called as food chain. This talks about interaction between organisms which belong to various trophic levels formed by the process of eating and being eaten, with energy acting as a link, and the motivation for interaction is acquiring food. So this concept is called as food chain, and depending on the types of food chains, we have two popular food chains in any given ecosystem. Are the two popular food chains? Number one is grazing food chain, another one is detritus food chain. So what is grazing food chain here? Grazing food chain talks about the plant products or grasses being consumed by or grazed by herbivores or phytoplanktons. Consumed by herbivores. The herbivore could be any organism. For example, in our case, take plants, phytoplanktons consumed by zooplanktons. In an aquatic ecosystem, phytoplanktons are consumed by zooplanktons, and zooplanktons are further consumed by carnivore, that is in the form of a small fish. And this small fish is further consumed by what? Large fish. So that is how the chains, food chains would establish in an aquatic ecosystem. Or in terrestrial ecosystem, imagine grass or plants are consumed by an insect. This insect is further consumed by an amphibious organism like a frog or any kind of rodent. And this frog is further consumed by a organism, snake, and this is further consumed by a bird. So linear representation of eating and being eaten, and energy acting as a link, and food acting as a motivation for survival. So this is an example of grazing food chain. The process starts with herbivore consuming plant, and the process is referred to as grazing. So this food chain starts by grazing activity, hence the chain is called as grazing food chain. Likewise, next type of food chain is called as a detritus food chain. What is detritus here? Detritus means dead and decaying organic debris of plant and animal origin. This dead and decaying organic debris is called as detritus, and this detritus is consumed by microorganisms like fungi and bacteria. So fungal and bacterial breakdown of dead and decaying organic debris is the first step, and these would convert the macronutrients into micronutrients. And this fungi and bacteria are consumed by insects, and these insects further are consumed by certain organisms like grasshoppers or amphibious organisms or small reptiles like lizards, and these further are consumed by some other organisms, and these by some other organisms. So the process, the food chain starts with microorganisms consuming detritus, hence the food chain is called as detritus food chain. So this is the representation to start with. Next is when multiple organisms eat multiple other organisms, it results in intersection, a network, and intermixing of multiple food chains. When multiple food chains intersect each other, giving a network of food chains in a given ecosystem, this results in a web-like network of food chains. This web-like network of food chains is called as food web. Now we had a question on this earlier. For example, you have a plant product or you have grass. For that matter, you may have phytoplankton as well in an aquatic ecosystem. When these are present, these are consumed by many organisms, like what? You may have insects here, or you may have zooplanktons here, insects here, and plants are consumed by cattle also, plants are consumed by human also, plant products are consumed by birds also in general, and insects will be consumed by, for example, take frogs, insects are consumed by lizard, or insects are consumed by rodents in general. and certain birds are consumed by snakes, and snakes consume rodents, snakes consume frogs, and some lizards and frogs and rodents are consumed by certain birds, and these birds in turn are consumed by snakes. So there is network intersection of food chains resulting in a web like appearance, and that is food web. And previous year question talks about what is the significance and what is the advantage of food webs. Why we have food webs? Significance is what? It prevents or avoids starvation and thus prevents extinction. For example, if one species of organisms have only one type of organisms as their food, and if their food disappears, they will die and all organisms will become extinct. Hence, multiple organisms find multiple sources of food so that they can survive and prevent or becoming extinct. So it is a survival strategy. It is survival strategy, and it is responsible for evolution. Those organisms which have multiple sources of energy evolve better than organisms having limited source of energy. It is evolutionary in nature, and because of which omnivory developed, eating multiple types of organisms and surviving on anything and everything. A Chinese model, you know Chinese people, they can eat anything and everything and survive. Don't you think he is advantageous? You may like it or you may not like it, that is not the question here. If the question is about survival, who can survive better? Those who can eat anything and everything and survive. But if you say, I will eat only this, I will not eat that, today is Saturday, I will not eat that, I will eat this only, today is Monday, I will eat that only, not this, what happens? You will starve, you will become weak and you die. Yes or no? The goal is to survive. You get the point here? So who is at an evolutionary advantage? Those who can or which can eat anything and everything and survive. Evolutionary advantage. You understand this? Omnivorous. That is why humans became omnivorous. Menu is bigger and bigger in every restaurant. Yes sir. Plant products, animal products, reptiles, birds, seafood and combo. That means anything and everything on the earth except human beings. We have everything on the menu. Yes or no? That's how it is. So that is significance of food webs. And next concept is the concept of ecological pyramid. Charles Elton proposed this concept of ecological pyramids. This is just a diagrammatic or a graphical or a representation only for the purpose of academic and research activities. These are imaginary, only for academic and research purposes. We don't have such pyramids in reality. Imaginary, like you have equator and latitudes and longitudes. Imaginary lines, likewise, pyramids are also imaginary. For documentation purposes, for academic and research purpose only, graphical representation of how ecosystems and organisms are related to each other. That's all, nothing else. Yes. So hence, because Elton proposed the concept, these are also called as Eltonian pyramids. So don't get confused, because this was a previous question. Eltonian pyramids. Just Elton proposed this. Hence, ecological pyramids are also called as Eltonian pyramids. Very simple it is. Yes or no? So getting back here, there are three different types of representation of ecological pyramids here. Number one is the pyramid of numbers. Second is pyramid of biomass. And third one, a previous year question, that is pyramid of energy. Three perspectives are there, and there are two types of pyramids for all the practical purposes. Number one is called as the narrow tip is at the top, wide base is at the bottom. This is one type of pyramid, and this type of pyramid which has wide base at the bottom, narrow tip at the top, that type of pyramid is called as what? Upright pyramid. Upright. And whichever is the type of pyramid or pyramidal representation we are using, abundant numbers or more biomass or more energy always would occupy wide base. You understand this? So if wide base is at the bottom and narrow tip is at the top, that type of pyramid is called as upright pyramid. And to the contrary, if the wide base is at the top and narrow tip is at the bottom, that type of representation of pyramid is called as what? Inverted pyramid. Inverted. Usually these two are the representations of pyramids here, but we have one more in general, but that is rarest of the rare scenarios and it is not natural much. You understand this? But let us talk about normal first. If we know what is normal, we can understand what is not normal. Yes and no. So let us have a look at pyramid of numbers. So first one is what? Again, this pyramid of the upright pyramid or inverted pyramid have to be discussed separately, and pyramid of numbers, biomass, energy have to be discussed separately in two different types of ecosystems. That is, number one, how it is in terrestrial ecosystems and how it is in aquatic ecosystems. So 3 into 2 we have to have different types of pyramids we have to lay. Now first one, that is the pyramid of numbers. So pyramid of numbers, when you look at terrestrial ecosystem here, what happens? Usually it is a universal phenomenon that we discussed about trophic levels and a movement of energy. Yes or no? Usually which trophic level has more energy available? Plants or autotrophs. They have more energy available, hence they grow abundantly. Sunlight is free for them, carbon dioxide is freely absorbable, and water of course acts as a limiting factor but available. Hence usually photosynthetic organisms, they grow abundantly in most of the ecosystems, terrestrial ecosystems. Especially you talk about grasslands, billions, trillions of grasses will be there in a grassland. If you talk about number of grass plants, yes or no? Large number. In a forest, how many trees are there? How many plants are there? In very large numbers, yes or no? In a given ecosystem, plant numbers are more because of availability of the factors. For example, sunlight is available, these can trap directly, carbon dioxide is available, and water availability. So all these things would influence more number of plant growth here. And when we talk about pyramid of numbers in terrestrial ecosystems, they occupy the wide base because of more numbers, more number. So plants occupy wider base. Next, if plants are abundant, next which organisms will get more food? Herbivores. So next abundance will be of herbivores or primary consumers. And if you apply Lindman's 10% law, then again whose numbers will be higher? In general, that means definitely lower than herbivores, but abundance will be of carnivores. And ultimately the number of apex predator, usually. So when you talk about only numbers in terrestrial ecosystem, pyramid of number is upright. Please understand this. You get the point here? In general, this is what is upright pyramid in terrestrial ecosystems. What about aquatic ecosystems? Do you think rules will change in aquatic ecosystem regarding pyramid of numbers? Water is available to aquatic plants, carbon dioxide is available, sunlight is available, then naturally what will happen to their numbers? Abundant. So pyramid of numbers in the case of aquatic ecosystem is also upright, wherein the phytoplanktons are more in number, hence occupy wider base, and the organisms like insects or zooplanktons, they will occupy the second, and the fish would occupy the third, and large fish would occupy the fourth. Their numbers will be lesser and lesser. So phytoplanktons, which are producers or photosynthetic in aquatic ecosystems, are abundant in numbers but are microscopic in nature. Hence pyramid of numbers in aquatic ecosystems too is upright in general. Moving on to the second type of pyramidal representation, pyramid of biomass. Pyramid of biomass. What do you understand by biomass here? Please understand the dry weight, the new tissue added, all these things. So to some extent some people would assume that the size, in simplified terminology, size, yes, not just weight but more than weight here. You understand that? Because weight is influenced by gravitational factors and other things. Mass would be same in general, yes. Anyways, so all these factors would come into picture in general. Pyramid of biomass. When you look at terrestrial ecosystems here, what happens? We have the most of the photosynthetic organisms are woody in nature, woody plants, trees. In terrestrial ecosystems, trees have more dry biomass, yes or no? Because they have to survive scarcity of water and attack by the pests or predators. Trees on the land have more biomass, they are hard, woody in nature, yes or no? You must have seen. Trees are very big, hard, so hard that you can use them for boat construction, furniture, and also many weapons once were made of wood, yes or no? Wood is a very hard substance, and naturally their biomass is higher because their numbers are higher and they are made of hard wood, hence they occupy wider base in terms of biomass. Terrestrial ecosystems have upright pyramid, wherein the plants which are woody plants and trees, they have high amount of biomass, they store water, they modify, they conserve, and they are made of hardwood. Hence biomass of trees or producers is high in terrestrial ecosystems. Next, the biomass of herbivores is greater and biomass of carnivores is the next abundantly available biomass here. Next, biomass of apex predators is least in terrestrial ecosystem. Next is what? Aquatic ecosystems. In aquatic ecosystem in general, the producers are microscopic in nature, their biomass is negligible. In aquatic ecosystems, plants are phytoplanktons, their biomass is negligible because they have abundant water, they don't have to conserve water, hence hardwood is not found in aquatic plants or trees. Hence their biomass is negligible and naturally they will occupy the narrow tip. The phytoplanktons, their biomass is negligible. Next is those organisms which consume phytoplanktons, which are zooplanktons, their biomass is slightly higher. And we have next abundant biomass is of fishes which consume zooplanktons, and highest amount of biomass is possessed by aquatic mammals like whales or fishes like sharks or other aquatic creatures. Though their numbers are lesser, their biomass is huge because they have fat. Fat is dry biomass, yes or no? Fat which acts as a blubber. What is blubber? What is blubber? Fat fulfills three large functions in aquatic creatures. Number one is what? Insulation. Temperature, heat loss is prevented and protects from cold water. Yes or no? So, insulation, thermal insulation. Number two, water insulation. Number three, buoyancy, floating. Fat floats in water. Yes sir. For example, you put some oil in water. What will happen to oil? Floats. Oil is nothing but liquid fat at room temperature. Yes sir. Fats are lighter than water. So, more fat means you float, technically speaking. So, three functions are full. So, more biomass is possessed by large aquatic creatures in aquatic ecosystems. Hence, pyramid of biomass in aquatic ecosystem is inverted. Clear? Next, moving on to third pyramid, that is pyramid of energy. This was a question here, pyramid of energy. Previous year question. Is always upright. Why always upright? Whether it is terrestrial ecosystem or aquatic ecosystem, pyramid of energy is always upright. Why? Because always energy moves from plants or from photosynthetic organisms or from producers to consumers, not the other way. The directional flow of energy is always unidirectional, from producers to consumers, not the other way. And in this regard, pyramid of energy is always upright. Energy moves always from producers to consumers and never the other way. In this regard, whether it is terrestrial or aquatic ecosystem, pyramid of energy is always upright in general. So, these about the concept of ecological pyramids here. And next, next concept is concept of the biotic interactions and biogeochemical cycles. So, let us have a look at biotic interactions first. So, when we say biotic interactions, all living organisms interact with each other for various purposes. Why would organisms interact with each other? First purpose usually is what? Survival, food. Second one is what? Shelter or protection. Resources or mating. Mating here, and other resources. Shared resources like water or any other resource which is shared, common resources. So, for these purposes, organisms interact with each other. Sometimes you get benefit, sometimes you have no effect, sometimes you may have harm, but interaction is mandatory and it is regular in most of the ecosystems here. So, based on the types of interactions we have, based on the consequences, we can have different types of interactions. First category is positive biotic interactions in the form of your mutualism and commensalism, which are considered as positive biotic interactions here. Second is what? Second type of interaction is negative biotic interactions in the form of what? Amensalism, predation, parasitism and competition. And the third and least significant one is what? Neutral biotic interaction, called as neutralism. Neutralism is neutral biotic, no benefit, no loss here. So, how do we understand whether it is positive or negative or neutral? Now, we need to have one small diagrammatic representation called as what? So, interaction between two different organisms, either belonging to same species, usually belong to different species, different species in general. So, if at least one of two organisms, one or both organisms are getting benefited because of the interaction, at least one or both are getting benefited because of the interaction and none is harmed, then that type of biotic interaction is called as positive biotic interaction. For example, your mutualism or commensalism. If one, at least one or both in general are harmed, then that is a negative biotic interaction. Please understand this. If one among both interacting organisms are harmed, then that is negative. What happens to another is secondary, but one is getting harmed, that is a negative biotic interaction in general. So, based on this, we will have a diagrammatic representation. Imagine if two different organisms are interacting with each other, we will have some symbolic representation here. If there is benefit, then that is indicated by plus. If there is no effect, that is indicated as 0. If there is harm, that is indicated by minus, and if there is harm to one, benefit to one, that is indicated like this. If in general harm to both, then that is indicated by this. You understand this? And neutralism talks about what? Both are neither harmed nor benefited because of each other. In that case, you will doubt whether they are interacting or not, yes or no. If neither they are getting benefited because of each other nor getting harmed because of each other, you will doubt whether they are interacting or not at all. If they interact, something must happen, yes or no, either benefit or harm. Both are unaffected means that is difficult to understand directly, but indirectly yes. For example, carnivores and producers or plants, if they are next to each other, what kind of impact they will have on each other? Would carnivores be affected by plants? Any benefit to plants? Any benefit to carnivores because of plants? Not directly. Any harm to carnivores because of plants? Not directly. Talk about plants now. If carnivores are next to plants, is there any benefit to plants directly? No. Is there any harm directly? Because carnivores do not eat plants. No harm directly, but indirectly yes. Directly no. Hence 0 0. Both plants and animals or carnivores have no effect on each other, neither direct benefit nor direct harm. But they need each other because carnivores control the herbivore population. Yes or no? If herbivore population is not controlled by carnivores, herbivores would eat up all the plants. So indirectly yes, but directly no, in a sense, yes. So we will be using this representation to indicate each type of biotic interaction. Now let us talk about first one, that is, of course we are talking about positive biotic interactions first. Positive biotic interactions, in that first one is what? Mutualism. Mutualism is what? Interacting organisms mutually benefited because of each other. But it is not so fair and direct every time here. We will have different types of subcategorization here. That means obligate mutualism and facultative mutualism. So there are two types of mutualisms in general. What is obligate mutualism? What is facultative mutualism? Here what happens, mutualism means what? Two organisms are interacting with each other and both are getting benefited because of each other. That is called as mutualism in general. So examples can be many, but based on the subcategorization we can have it. For example, obligate. What is obligate mutualism here? That the interacting organisms are dependent on each other and they cannot survive without another. So they cannot survive without each. Obligate, that means they will die if other one is absent. Obligate means they are directly dependent on each other, and in the absence of one, another cannot survive. That is obligate mutualism. For example, you must have heard about certain organisms called as lichens. also called as lichen. Doesn't matter how you pronounce, lichen or lichen, doesn't matter. It is a mutualistic association between an algal form and a fungal form. So algae and fungi or fungi live with a symbiotic association wherein the mutually beneficial results are anticipated in this, forming lichens. So algae produce food because they perform photosynthesis, and algae receive shelter and protection from fungi. Fungi get food, nutrition from algae. So both have benefits because of each other, and fungi cannot survive without algal form. Lichen cannot exist without any one of these two. So fungi are dependent on algae and algae are dependent on fungi. You remove one and another one dies. So this kind of mutually beneficial relationship is called as obligate mutualism. Obligate means directly dependent. Without that, this cannot survive. You get it? So this example is lichen example. Next is facultative mutualism. What is facultative mutualism here? One can survive without another because they will have multiple options to survive, but they interact, helping each other because of the availability. You will understand this. For example, facultative mutualism means what? For example, bees and flowering plants. The interaction is called as pollination. Bees visit flowering plants. Why bees visit flowering plants? For nectar and pollen as carbohydrate rich food. Why flowering plants attract bees? For transfer of pollen, for distribution of gametes, pollen, ultimately resulting in pollination, and pollination is one method of sexual reproduction method in plants. That's how plants spread. You understand this? It's called as cross pollination or sexual reproduction in plants here. So flowering plants can get pollinated through other birds, through other insects also. So flowering plants don't need bees alone. You get it? At the same time, bees can visit other trees, other plants also, not only a particular tree or plant. Both have options, but both interact based on convenience and availability, and both get benefited because of each other. Convenience, availability, they have their own options. They are not dependent on only one plant or one species of plants or one type of flowers, not necessarily. You will understand this. So bees are insects, and then flowering plants need some agent for pollination. You get it? So flowering plants and bees have mutually beneficial relationship which is not obvious, which is not obligate. Hence that relationship is called as facultative mutualism. Clear about it? Yes. So mutually beneficial, these are examples. Second type of positive biotic interaction is commensalism. Commensalism, what happens? Two organisms are interacting with each other, one is getting benefited, another one remains unaffected. Commensalism, please understand this. So we can have lot of examples here. For example, we have the orchids or orchids. They live as epiphytes on tropical trees. So orchids live as epiphytes. Epi means upon, phyte means plant, on the surface of tropical tree branches. Tropical trees are so huge, they don't have any effect because of the growth of orchids on the branches. No impact, no benefit, no harm. But orchids will get sunlight and thus they will increase their growth. Hence orchids are getting benefited. So, one organism is getting benefited, another one remains unaffected. You will understand this. A simple example here in general. So, you can have such example for commensalism, positive biotic interaction. Next is what? Negative biotic interaction. Here first one you have to talk about is amensalism. What is amensalism here? Interacting organisms are present in which one is getting harmed, another one is getting unaffected. One is getting harmed, another one is not affected, no benefit, no loss. And here you have to understand few questions or examples in general. A phenomenon called as allelopathy and a phenomenon called as antibiosis. Allelopathy is manifested by black walnut tree, scientific name of which is Juglans nigra. Juglans nigra is the scientific name of black walnut tree. This releases a substance called as, a toxic substance called as juglone, a toxin which prevents the growth of other plants within the vicinities of black walnut, which kills, it is a toxin, kills other plants. So, other plants are getting harmed, but Juglans nigra is not affected, no benefit, no harm. You have to understand this. No direct benefit, no direct harm, unaffected. Black walnut remains unaffected, but other plants which try to grow nearby it, they will be killed because of juglone. This phenomenon is called as allelopathy. Allelopathy. Yes. Next is what? Antibiosis. What is antibiosis? Manifested by certain fungi which harm other organisms like bacteria. Certain fungi like Penicillium, a few more minutes, Penicillium notatum, you want break, or Penicillium chrysogenum. Yes, they release a substance called as penicillin, which kills bacteria in the vicinities. So, this fungus is not affected, but bacteria in the vicinities, they are dying. You have to understand this. No impact on fungus, but bacteria are getting harmed. This phenomenon is called as antibiosis, through which we got antibiotics. Penicillin is still broad spectrum effective antibiotic. We use in clinics, we use penicillin. Yes, of course. Yes. So, this process is called as antibiotic. So, these are classic examples of amensalism. Classic examples, allelopathy and antibiosis. Okay. Other forms of negative biotic interactions are simple, that is a predation, in which the predator prey relationship is predator and prey relationship is mentioned here. So, here two interacting organisms are there, one is getting benefited, one is getting harmed. So, at least one is getting harmed, it is negative biotic interaction, one is getting benefited. Predator is getting benefited, prey is losing its life, hence getting harmed. Wild animal, carnivore and herbivore relationship in a forest. Yes or no? Like tiger and deer, lion and deer, you can mention all those things. Yes or no? Yes. And parasitism, same thing here. So, parasite and host. Parasite gets benefited, host gets a disease or may get affected by losing nutrients. For example, parasites which live on the surface of the skin of animals. Ectoparasite, ticks, mites on the neck, skin of animals, cattle, bulls or oxen or cows, small black colored ticks will be stuck. It is difficult to pull them out, Ticks, they are called as ticks or mites. Dogs also have such ticks or mites, yes or no. So, they live on the surface of the host organism called as ectoparasite. But certain worms, hookworms, liver fluke worms live inside your intestines or liver. inside your body, inside host's body, they are called as endoparasites. Endo means inside. Usually parasite is smaller than host. Usually parasites are smaller than host. Host is the organism which is losing. So parasite gets benefited. What does parasite get here? Parasite gets shelter, parasite gets nutrition, and parasites get a reaction platform to perform their metabolic activities. Host, it loses blood, it loses nutrients, it gets affected by a disease, and it may die. Quality of life of host will decrease. You understand this? So this is parasitism. Next type of negative biotic interaction is competition. Competition can be intraspecific between organisms which belong to same species, or interspecific. What is interspecific? Between organisms belonging to different species in general. So competition is for common resources. Most common resource is what? Food or water or shelter. If it is intraspecific, it is for mating also, but otherwise interspecific will be for all these things here. So in competition, what happens? Both interacting organisms are harmed because neither gets complete resource. You and your roommate are there, only one pastry is there, you both are hungry, you both will fight for one pastry. You know pastry, what is pastry, you know, because that is what we used to call. Nowadays I do not know what you call it as, some cake or something, yes and no. So you both fight and grab a piece of that. Will any one of you get entire cake or pastry? Piece of it, some will go waste, only little you will get. That is a loss, isn't it? Because neither of you got 100% of it. In that sense it is loss. It is a philosophical notion also. There is no winner in a war. In a war, both sides lose. One side loses more, another side loses less. Now who is the winner if both sides are losing? Yes or no? Some will die on one side, some other will die on the other side. Both sides there will be death and bloodshed, yes or no? But who is the winner? The side which has less amount of bloodshed, is it? Both are losing in a sense. So competition causes harm to both interacting organisms. There is no single organism which gets more of the resource in that sense here. So that is one aspect here which is very common in ecosystems. Next is neutralism or neutral biotic interaction, which is relatively insignificant, but still, for example, plants and carnivores. A simple interaction here. So both do not interact with each other directly, both will be living next to each other. For example, leopards were brought in from another country, they were released into grasslands, Kuno grasslands in Madhya Pradesh, because savanna, warm or tropical grasslands are the natural habitat for leopards, yes or no? Yes. So do you think leopard will eat grass? Do you think grass would interact with leopard? No way. So, but in other types of ecosystems, leopards cannot survive or cheetahs cannot survive. Only in grasslands they survive. That is a natural habitat. That indicates neutral interaction. They need each other, but not directly. No direct benefit, no direct harm. But indirectly they need each other. Because in between, cheetah or leopard's food is present in grasslands. And cheetah or leopard can hide in grasslands better. Camouflage in grasslands better. Escape from predator and find the prey easily in a grassland. So they need grasses. And then grasses are also saved from herbivores, because herbivore becomes food of cheetah and leopard. So neutralism is this one here. So these are biotic interactions. Next discussion is about biogeochemical cycles. which is also called as nutrient cycles in general. So, this will have two types here. Would you like to take a break? Yeah, please take a break, try to come back, we will talk about them. think we can start. Now we'll have a look at the biogeochemical cycles, which are also known as nutrient cycles here. So we have two different types of nutrients available or nutrient cycles available. So one is the gaseous cycle or gaseous cycles or gaseous nutrients. Another one is sediment cycles. So on what basis do you classify the nutrients as gaseous or sediment? On what basis? Based on reservoir, please understand this, based on their reservoir. What is reservoir? That means primary source. Primary source of a given nutrient, primary source of a given nutrient here. So for example, what are the different nutrients which fall under gaseous cycle here? Number one is very usual, very regular here. If we consider, it is called as water cycle. If we consider water as a nutrient primarily, yes. Next is, the second one is oxygen cycle. These are very simple cycles, very simple one. And next important one would be about carbon cycle, and fourth one is very important, called as the nitrogen cycle. These are significant. We have had multiple previous questions from them as well. So when we say reservoir or a primary source, they are available as gases or gaseous nutrients. Primordially the reservoir is atmosphere or atmospheric air is a reservoir, and these nutrients are available as gases first. Hence they are categorized under gaseous nutrient cycles. Reservoir is atmosphere and the state of matter is gaseous, hence they are gaseous nutrients. Next is sediment cycles. Why they are called as sediments? Because the reservoir is either earth's crust or ocean floor as sediment deposits. Sediment deposit. And what are the nutrients we need to consider under sediment cycles here? Would be number one, phosphorus cycle. Another one is sulfur cycle. Phosphorus as a nutrient is available as phosphate rock deposit in the crust, and sulfur as a nutrient is available as sulfate rock deposit in the crust as sediments. Hence the reservoir is crust and the nutrient is, or nutrient follows sediment cycle. So that is why we categorize them under different headings, and let us have a detailed discussion about what they are. Number one is what? Gaseous cycle. Why they are called as cycles? Why they are called as cycle or cyclical form here? Because from reservoir, whatever the reservoir is in their form, they will enter into biotic components. They will undergo various metabolic transformations, and from living organisms they are released back into the reservoir. So they will complete a cyclical process and reach the reservoir back. The reservoir can be atmosphere, reservoir can be earth's crust or ocean floor. So this cyclical process, that is the nutrients reach the same place, reservoir, after completing metabolic pathway again. So this cyclical process, hence it is called as cycle. In general it follows a cyclical path. So in that, let us have a look at what are the gaseous cycles here, what are the gaseous nutrients. First is what? Water cycle. Water primordially is available in the form of what? Vapor, in the form of evaporation and eventually transpiration. Water vapor is short lived. Water vapor is carried from one place to another place. Water vapor is short lived, that is 5 days to 2 weeks is the maximum time period of the lifespan of water vapor molecules in general, carried along with the wind, and is a product of evapotranspiration. That is how primarily water is available. At the time of formation of the earth 4.6 billion years ago, liquid water was not present. Please understand this. So that means it was present in the form of vapor only. Then it condensed and precipitation, rains and oceans and all, they formed at a later stage here. Yes. So water is present in the form of vapor first through evapotranspiration. Then what happens here in general? You know the cyclical process, also known as hydrologic cycle, yes or no? Hydrologic cycle, you must have studied this, very popular phenomenon here. So water vapor in the form of evapotranspiration forms or undergoes condensation. Condensation results in what? Cloud formation. Water vapor molecules would get attracted hygroscopic towards dust, and then they form clouds, and eventually clouds move and lose kinetic energy and would precipitate. Whenever there is an obstacle in the form of a hill or a mountain, they would lose their energy and precipitate, and precipitation would result in the rainfall, and rainfall would have two consequences. Number one is deposition. Deposition will have surface water body, and also it will percolate down into groundwater table. Another phenomenon apart from deposition is runoff. This runoff would form streams. Streams would form the tributaries, and eventually it would form a river, and river would drain their water into ocean, and from ocean evaporation vapor. Groundwater and surface water is absorbed by plants. Plants release water through transpiration and water vapor. So ultimately water vapor would reach atmosphere through all the processes. In between, animals consume surface water, animals consume, and humans consume both groundwater as well as surface water, and we also release lot of water into the atmosphere through our heating process, our sweating process, which is perspiration, through our breathing process. So we have lot of processes which will release water vapor back into the atmosphere. So all those would reach atmosphere, again it will follow the same process, cyclical. And you know the biological significance of water. What is the biological significance of water? Why living organisms need water? Because water is universal solvent. Water is a platform for all the metabolic reactions to occur, and water forms the connective tissue to all structures within all living organisms, including plants and animals. That is the biological significance of water here. So that is a hydrologic cycle. Moving on to next, oxygen cycle. So whenever there is photosynthetic reaction in plants in the presence of sunlight, of course photosynthesis occurs in the absence of sunlight also, it is called as dark reaction. In the presence of sunlight, it is called as light reaction. So this results in formation of carbohydrates and release of gaseous oxygen. So that is how free gaseous oxygen enters atmosphere primarily. At the time of formation of earth 4.6 billion years ago, there was no free gaseous oxygen. Please understand this. It was anaerobic atmosphere, not aerobic. There was no free oxygen at all. So this reaches the air, atmosphere. So hence atmosphere becomes a reservoir of oxygen. So this oxygen is consumed by all living organisms plants, animals consume this oxygen through respiration process, and they use this to break carbohydrates in the presence of certain enzymes, and they release energy. Plants also do the same process in mitochondria. Ultimately they release water vapor and carbon dioxide, and this carbon dioxide reaches atmosphere in the presence of some water. Again plants in the presence of sunlight perform photosynthetic process and release free oxygen, and again free oxygen is released back into the atmosphere. It is a short term cycle. Both the hydrologic cycle and oxygen cycle are short term cycles. They consume only few hours for the cyclical process to get completed. Please understand this. So this is oxygen cycle. Next is carbon cycle. We know that carbon is a very important nutrient for all living organisms here. What is the source of carbon? Primary source of carbon is carbon dioxide gas, which is a primordial gas. What is primordial gas here? Primordial means carbon dioxide was present at the time of formation of the earth 4.6 billion years ago. When earth formed, at that time itself carbon dioxide was present in the atmosphere of the earth, primordial atmosphere, and that is how we have carbon dioxide gas. And this carbon dioxide follows two different cyclical pathways. Number one is short term carbon cycle, and another one is long term carbon cycle. So what do you understand by short term carbon cycle and long term carbon cycle? Hope I am audible and visible to all the online people, if there are any. If I am not audible, please let me know in the form of comments or chat, whatever it is. If I am not audible or visible, otherwise you will have to repeat everything. Yes? Okay, I think there is no issue, I think. Yes. So carbon primordially is available in the form of carbon dioxide gas. This is absorbed by plants primarily. So carbon dioxide is absorbed by plants. Okay. Anything? In the presence of sunlight, plants fix carbon into carbohydrate and thus prepare the source of energy. These carbohydrates are consumed by animals and plants as well, and are broken down either in the presence of oxygen or by microorganisms in the absence of oxygen using certain enzymes, and carbon dioxide is released in the form of a gas. So thus carbon dioxide reaches the atmosphere back. Photosynthesis, respiration, carbon dioxide is back to the atmosphere. Short term carbon cycle, within few minutes, within few hours this cycle gets completed. So that is short term carbon cycle. And what is a long term carbon cycle, which is relevant to us in two areas? Number one is air pollution, another one is climate change. It is related to that. What is long term carbon cycle? Long term carbon cycle. This carbon is incorporated in fossil fuels. Please understand this. Fossil fuels what we have now are in the form of what? Coal, crude oil and natural gas. Coal, crude oil, natural gas. These are fossil fuels. How fossil fuels are formed? Approximately 350 million years ago, large number of plants and animals were buried in the crust. Please observe, the time period which is 350 million years old is called as, yes please, Carboniferous period. Carboniferous period, pre-dinosaur era. Then what is dinosaur era? Jurassic, Triassic, Cretaceous. When was that? Between 300 to 145 million years ago. That is the time of dinosaurs. Between 300 million years to 145 million years. In between them, dinosaurs were present on the earth. Based on the carbon dating of fossils, we can understand their age, bones and some remains. Yes. So, the fossil fuels which we have now in the form of coal deposits or crude oil reserves or natural gas reserves, which are at least 350 million year old. At that time, large quantity of plants and animals got buried under such circumstances, which was at a very high temperature and high pressure. So, temperatures exceeded 400 degrees Celsius and pressure exceeded 200 times the atmospheric pressure, and this environment prevented decomposition. And the debris, plant debris and animal debris, it underwent both physical and chemical transformations. Physical and chemical transformations occurred, and whatever plant and animal debris were buried, they had carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen and some other minerals as impurities. So, gradually for a long period of burial, what happens? Substances get separated. First, oxygen gets separated in the form of oxides, leaving only hydrocarbons. And these hydrocarbons bond releases energy upon thermal dissociation. What is thermal dissociation? Burning. Upon combustion or burning, it releases more amount of heat. That is why it is a fuel, hydrocarbons. Along with that, we have some impurities. Impurities become part of ash or non-combustible residue and smoke. You have to understand this. So, hydrocarbons contain carbon. This carbon which is present in fossil fuels, upon burning, this carbon combines with oxygen in the atmosphere and forms carbon dioxide released into the atmosphere. You understand this? So, this carbon in crude oil, coal, natural gas was incorporated 350 million years ago. Now, by burning those fossil fuels, we are releasing carbon dioxide, which followed a long term cycle. Now, we are releasing it back to the atmosphere. Hence, we say that it follows a long term carbon cycle, because the carbon which we are releasing is 350 million year old. Hence, it follows long term carbon cycle in general. And for all the practical purposes, carbon dioxide is considered as a very important greenhouse gas. You know this, right? We will talk about this. What are greenhouse gases? What is greenhouse effect and why they are harmful? Great, no issues, no problem. Thank you very much. So, greenhouse gases. We will talk about what is greenhouse gas, what is greenhouse effect and why it causes global warming and a reason for climate change. We will talk about that. Now, this carbon dioxide followed a long term cyclical path. So, that is about carbon cycle, as we mentioned earlier, carbon cycle. Next is nitrogen cycle. And please remember that nitrogen is available abundantly. Yes or no? in the atmosphere, the most abundant gaseous element in Earth's atmosphere is nitrogen, 78%. But that atmospheric diatomic nitrogen is bound with 3 bonds, triple bond, which is very difficult to break. So, this directly atmospheric diatomic nitrogen cannot be consumed by any organism, neither by plants or nor animals. This is not soluble in water. So, this nitrogen triple bond must be broken. So, we have 3 processes which can break this bond. Number 1 is the usual process of the ultraviolet through sunlight. Second one is the lightning process, which we assume that both are atmospheric processes, natural processes, which are rare, unpredictable and uncertain, inconsistent. We cannot rely upon them. Ultraviolet and lightning process. So, both will be considered as only one process here. Second process is what? The electrical energy breakdown of nitrogen triple bonds, which is industrial synthetic process, which consumes lot of electricity, hence it is expensive. It is incorporated in fertilizer industries, especially urea manufacturing industries, because urea is source of nitrogen, expensive, you know that. Third process which we will be discussing is again a soil microbial process. So, there are certain organisms which are called as diazotrophs. These diazotrophs are certain microorganisms like cyanobacteria and certain soil bacteria, both symbiotic, living in association with other organisms, or free living. Diazotrophs, they release an enzyme called as nitrogenase. This nitrogenase enzyme has the capability to break the triple bond of nitrogen and release free nitrogen, and this free nitrogen can be converted into ammonia and into nitrite and nitrate. So, nitrates are soluble in water, only then plants can absorb nitrogen through nitrates, which are soluble in water. Until then, nitrogen cannot be absorbed by plants and incorporated into tissues. Now, we follow the process of microbial breakdown of triple bond nitrogen. The process is called as nitrogen cycle, and in short it is called as nitrogen fixation, which follows multiple steps. In that, first process is ammonification. Second process is nitrification, and eventually nitrogen fixation, and ultimately the last step to complete the cycle is denitrification, thus completing the cycle. In all these stages, microorganisms play a very important role in converting one form of nitrogen into another form of nitrogen. So, what are those steps? What are the bacteria involved here? Ammonification, as we mentioned earlier, if you remember, carbohydrates are broken down by bacteria in the absence of oxygen. We call it as bacterial decomposition, and in this process ammonium or ammonia, methane, carbon dioxide and very less amount of ATP are formed. We call it as bacterial decomposition of the organic debris. We call it as decomposition. So, ammonia are formed in the soil by certain bacteria, ammonifying bacteria. So, ammonifying bacteria would convert this nitrogen into ammonia. Also by free living soil bacteria convert organic debris into ammonia. This ammonia is not directly soluble in water. This further is converted into nitrites by certain bacteria called as Nitrosomonas. Nitrites are also not soluble in water. Nitrites are converted by nitrobacter into nitrates. These nitrates are soluble in water. Hence, plants can absorb nitrates and incorporate into tissues. Here comes a question, why plants and animals need nitrogen? Do we need nitrogen? What is the biological significance of nitrogen? Biological significance of nitrogen. Why we need it? Because we know that in India, majority of the agricultural soils are nitrogen deficient. Hence, in India, we have to use lot of urea or source of nitrogen, fertilizers. And because of fertilizers, side effects are there, fertilizers are expensive, farmers are getting impoverished. That means cost of agriculture is increasing, yields are moderate, profit is negligible. Hence agriculture is becoming very less productive, less profitable. Yes or no? If you are from agricultural family, as I am from agriculture family, we know that none of our family members are showing interest to perform agriculture. Though we have land, we are not performing agriculture. Even if you go to village, our farmers friends are there, they are also not interested to perform agriculture. We asked them, what is the problem? They said, agriculture is no more profitable. It is laborious, but profits are not commensurate with input cost. So what to do? Hence they are entering into education, employment or business and other activities, and land is either being sold off or simply lying there as barren land. You understand this? Of course, maybe in the future real estate may pick it up, but until then land is redundant, useless, isn't it? In the future land becomes valuable because population is increasing, land is not increasing. Okay, real estate formula. But is land only for constructing houses or buildings and shops? Then from where would you produce food? In the laboratories? Tablets will become your breakfast, lunch and dinner in the future? In the future. Think about it. Yes? Okay. So getting back here, what is the biological significance of nitrogen? If you observe the structure of DNA, DNA has deoxyribose sugar, which is C5H10O4, deoxyribose sugar, coupled with nitrogen bases like adenine, thymine, guanine, cytosine bound. Adenine and thymine are bound by 2 hydrogen bonds. Guanine, cytosine are bound by 3 hydrogen bonds. And sugar and nitrogen base combo, this is called as nucleoside, is combined with phosphate group. It forms nucleotide. A nucleotide is the structural composition of DNA. Hence, DNA is also called as polynucleotide if you have studied science. DNA is also called as polynucleotide, and this one strand combines with another strand using hydrogen bonds between nitrogen bases. For building and pairing nitrogen bases, you need nitrogen. First biological significance is the structure of DNA. What is the second biological significance of nitrogen? You have seen what is that we are writing on the board now. This is called as what? Amino group, which forms chain of amino acids. Chain of amino acids is the building block of what? proteins. Proteins form everything in your body. Blood has proteins, bone has proteins, muscles have proteins, skin has proteins, hair has proteins, nail has proteins. Everything has proteins in your body. Yes or no? Both structural and functional proteins play a role. For that protein synthesis, you need amino acids. Amino acids are made of amino group. Amino group is formed by nitrogen, hydrogen. So nitrogen is essential for amino acids. Yes or no? So two most important chemical elements which play a vital role in the life of plants and animals require nitrogen. That is the biological significance of nitrogen, both in plants as well as animals. From where do we get proteins first? From where do we get nitrogen first? From plants. First, nitrogen should be incorporated in plants first. Then by consuming plants you can get it. So how it enters plants is more important. So what is that here? Nitrates are soluble in water. That's how plants absorb from water in the soil. Plants absorb nitrates and they incorporate nitrates into amino acids and DNA. By eating them we get everything. We get ready-made food actually. Yes or no? So plants, and plants become the food of animals. So animals by consuming plants get nitrogen. So that's how nitrification process occurs. So ammonification, nitrification. Next is completing the cycle. We have to send nitrogen back to atmosphere. That is when cycle gets completed. How does it happen? Through a process called as denitrification. The last and final step is called as what? Denitrification. Here what happens upon death of plants and animals? These are broken down by certain bacteria called as denitrifying bacteria, Thiobacillus denitrificans and Thiobacillus pseudomonas denitrificans. Micrococcus denitrificans. So these are certain bacteria which participate in denitrification process. They break plant debris and animal carcasses and release nitrogen back into the atmosphere, thus completing the cycle. Thus nitrogen cycle gets completed. It is a complex process, but it is mediated by bacteria free of cost in the soil. And there are certain symbiotic bacteria like what? Rhizobium, which are associated with the root nodules of leguminous plants. Automatically root nodules contain rhizobium, root nodules of leguminous plants. So if you cultivate leguminous plants in the soil, automatically they will increase nitrogen content of the soil because of their symbiotic association with rhizobium. Yes. So this is one method of increasing soil nitrogen content and nitrogen cycle would occur. So these are certain gaseous nutrients. Next we will move on to sediment nutrient cycles. Sediment cycles. In that we have two cycles. Number one is phosphorus cycle. So phosphorus is available in the form of phosphate deposit, phosphate rock deposits, phosphine gas, only less than 5% of phosphorus is available as phosphine gas here in general. Yes. So phosphorus is present in volcanic activities as well. Volcanism also releases certain amount of phosphorus, phosphate. So phosphate, whenever it is weathered by weathering process, it combines with water, it readily dissolves in water. Please understand, phosphorus from phosphate rocks is soluble in water. Whenever it precipitates over phosphate deposits, soluble phosphate is available to plants in the soil. Thus, plants absorb phosphates from the soil because it is soluble in the water, and plants incorporate phosphates. What is the biological significance of phosphate? Biological significance. Why we need phosphate or phosphorus? So, as we mentioned earlier, that synthesis of DNA, structure of DNA has a deoxyribose sugar combined with nitrogen bases, and it is combined with phosphate group. Only then nucleotide forms. So, phosphate plays a very important role in the synthesis of DNA, synthesis of nucleotide. So, phosphate is important ingredient in DNA synthesis. And also, if you remember, what is the end product of respiration which occurs in mitochondria? You remember what happens in mitochondria? What happens in mitochondria? Organic materials are broken down in the presence of oxygen to form what? Carbon dioxide, water, and what is ATP? Adenosine triphosphate. So, phosphorus is very important for energy currency inside living organisms called as adenosine triphosphate. So, for DNA synthesis we need phosphate, for energy currency we need phosphate. These two are the important biological significance of phosphate, and that is what plants would do. They will synthesize DNA and they would store chemical energy equivalent, and thus they survive, and animals by consuming plants get phosphate. So, upon death of plants and animals, bacterial decomposition would release phosphorus or phosphate into the soil, and in the soil carried by water, it forms deposits in the earth's crust as phosphate rock deposits, thus completing the cycle. So, this is about phosphorus cycle. Next is what? Sulfur cycle. What is the significance of sulfur? Why it is useful? We will talk here. Sulfur is also available in the form of what? Sulfate rock deposits, hydrogen sulfide, sulfur dioxide, sulfur trioxide gases in general, and volcanic activity also releases lot of sulfur. These are the sources of sulfur as sulfate rock and hydrogen sulfide, which is present in the earth's crust, gas. Hydrogen sulfide is a gas, primordial gas in general. So, sulfur which exists as sulfate is readily soluble in water. So, whenever there is weathering process and sulfate dissolves in water, directly it is absorbed by plants and incorporate sulfur into tissues. What is the biological significance of sulfur? Biological significance. Why it is important of sulfur? Sulfur plays an important role in protein synthesis. Please understand this. In protein synthesis, sulfur plays a very, very important role. Without sulfur, proteins cannot be made out of amino acids. So, sulfur is an important element in amino acids, and multiple amino acids form proteins here. Yes, that is the biological significance. Plants by absorbing soluble sulfate would synthesize amino acids and thus proteins, and by consuming these, animals get amino acids and proteins. And upon death, and upon death of plants and animals. The decomposition activity by bacteria would release the sulfur in the form of sulfate into the soil, and this becomes a sediment and enters the crust as the reservoir. So, completing the sulfur cycle. So, this is a cyclical process of certain sediment nutrients, phosphorus and sulfur. And in this process only, we will be talking about movement of certain substances, especially certain harmful substances also, in the form of what? In the form of bioaccumulation, bioconcentration and biomagnification. Why we are talking about them now is, as nutrients move, toxins also move across trophic levels, that is from reservoir to plants, from plants to animals. Till now we discussed about movement of nutrients. Now we need to discuss about toxins or harmful substances also. So, we have had questions earlier on this, hence we are talking about them here. So, what is bioaccumulation? So, entry of toxins into food chain and continuous increase in the concentration of toxins in the organisms is called as bioaccumulation. Please understand this, bioaccumulation. Fine, let me introduce something about toxins here. What is a toxin, or what is an ideal toxin? Ideal toxin in general is fat soluble chemical and is not soluble in water, water insoluble. It is a chemical substance which is harmful to humans and animals. Most toxins are synthetic and are very stable and non-reactive, have longer shelf lives, Under normal circumstances, they don't react with tissues. They are very stable. They are very stable and non-reactive in general. Longer shelf lives they have. They are not soluble in water. They are not soluble in water. They are fat soluble. Please understand this, fat soluble. Yes. So, these are certain characteristic features of ideal toxin in general, ideal toxin. Now, these ideal toxins would find their way into food chains or into living organisms' bodies in general. And how do they find their way? As we are discussing now here, through these processes, they find their way into food chains and into the body of human beings here. Number one is what? Entry of toxins into food chain. That is, for example, humans use lot of pesticides which are ideal toxins, especially for agricultural activities on plants. And from these plants, toxins would enter animals or directly into humans, and over a period of time their concentration increases within one trophic level. For example, pesticides are used on vegetables and fruits. You bought it from market and you did not wash it properly, you did not treat it properly, you directly consumed them and pesticides entered your body, and you keep on doing this for many days, many months, many years. Ultimately, after a few years, say 5 years, 10 years down the line, what will happen to the amount of pesticide which has entered your body? Its concentration would be much higher. and most of the pesticides are carcinogenic in nature. What is carcinogenic? Cancer causing. Many of the pesticides cause hormonal imbalances, hormonal changes. Do you understand this? Many side effects are there. So, entry of toxin into the food chain is bioaccumulation, and over a period of time its concentration increases in one trophic level only, that is bioaccumulation. First. Second is what? Bioconcentration. This is applied especially to aquatic food chains. Entry of toxins into aquatic food chains. What is bioconcentration? Increase in the concentration of toxin inside an animal higher than surrounding water. In an aquatic organism, if the concentration of toxin is higher than its surrounding water, then that phenomenon is called as bioconcentration. This occurs, for example, you see DDT is frequently sprayed to control mosquitoes in India. You understand this? So, DDT is a synthetic pesticide, factory made it is, dichlorodyphenyl trichloroethane. DDT, pesticide, synthetic. It is supposed to kill mosquitoes, but mosquitoes stopped dying for DDT 30 years ago. They became resistant. But still we are using DDT. DDT is banned in many countries because of its side effects, carcinogenic, hormone changes and all. But we are still using it. And we sprinkle the DDT powder into open drainage canals, channels in villages also. You see, along with the bleaching powder, we spray DDT also, powder in water. It is water insoluble, it does not dissolve in the water, but it enters the organisms, aquatic organisms, like what? Like fish or aquatic birds. A previous year question on this. What happens? So, you see pelican population, pelican birds, you see pink colored neck will have pelican birds, white pink combination birds will be there, pelicans. Their population is declining in India. Which of the following phenomenon is associated with decline in the population of pelican birds in India? UPSC preliminary, typical question. So, what happens is, when DDT is sprayed as a chemical pesticide to kill mosquitoes, this DDT as powdered form does not dissolve in water, enters fish or enters the pelican bird body. This caused thinning of eggshells of pelican birds. Thin eggshell means what will happen to the inside organism inside? It will prematurely hatch, because the thin eggshell would break before the hatchling completes the growth. Premature hatching of the pelican hatchling kills the hatchling. Premature. It is not matured enough to survive independently outside the egg, but eggshell got broken because of its thin nature, and hatchling would die. It results in what? Overall eventually decrease in the population of pelicans. This decrease in the thickness of eggshells of pelicans is because of accumulation of DDT in pelican eggs, and the phenomenon is called as bioconcentration, because it happened in the water. You get the point here. So, premature hatching. If this could happen to pelicans, this could happen to any bird? Yes or no? That means potentially it is harmful to many birds in the future. So, what should we do? So, that would be the question. Yeah, that would be the question. Yes. What happens here? Bioconcentration happens in aquatic environments, aquatic organisms. Next comes biomagnification. What is biomagnification? How different it is from that of bioaccumulation and bioconcentration. So, biomagnification is a process in which toxin, upon entering the food chain, moves across trophic levels and increases its quantity in each and every trophic level it crosses and becomes high concentration, or it becomes large in quantity in the apex predator or the secondary carnivore. Thus posing a harm to the apex predator or secondary carnivore. Now, the difference in bioaccumulation and biomagnification is, in biomagnification, the accumulation of toxin increased its quantity only in one trophic level, but here the toxin moves from one trophic level organism to another trophic level organism. Ultimately, it increases its quantity and concentration in the apex predator. So, highest quantity is found in apex predator, killing that apex predator eventually. Example, previous year question example is diclofenac, which is used in animals as a painkiller. We use it in humans also in low quantities, in animals high quantities. Veterinary usage of diclofenac. What happens here? Especially cattle. Cattle are injected with diclofenac very frequently in villages, because in villages farmers use the cattle for multiple purposes, yes or no? For agricultural activities, ploughing the field, for a cart to pull the weight, carry as a vehicle, and also for many other activities they use cattle. Cattle are overburdened, overworked, they get tired and they do not work, sometimes they do not cooperate. Then what would the farmer do? Take it to the veterinary doctor, get it injected with diclofenac. So, pain got relieved, the cattle becomes ready to work again. But for how long would this continue? Very soon the cattle dies. In villages what do? They sell it off or throw it off in the outskirts. You understand this? Usually in India, not many people consume the dead cattle, not many. Few people do, not many. Earlier it was discarded in the outskirts of villages. That would become the food of vultures. So, vultures will eat multiple cattle, multiple carcasses. Each cattle carcass has say 10 or 20 or 30 ml of diclofenac. If a cattle consumes 15-20 cattle in a span of 2 to 3 years, all the diclofenac would accumulate. For example, 20 cattle into 20 ml in each cattle, 20 into 20, 400. 400 ml of diclofenac would accumulate, would increase in concentration in the body of vulture. That is very toxic. In very high concentration, the drug becomes very toxic to vulture. Vulture dies. So, many vultures eat many cattle, because many cattle got injected with diclofenac. Many vultures died in India. 97 to 99% of vultures in India became extinct. 99%. Indians have one habit called as realizing at the end of the situation, when it is too late. Many Indians have this habit of identifying something, realizing something, or awakening at the end of it. It would be too late most of the times. What were you doing till 99 point change percent of vultures became extinct? Didn't you realize it? What were you doing? We never cared. We never were bothered. We never thought that vultures are also important or useful and they should also live. We never gave importance until somebody, a foreign agency, told us that, hey, you India, 99% of the vultures are gone in India. I said, huh? Is it? What? Vultures are there in India, 99% of them are gone also. Hey, come on, let's do something. Okay, Project Vulture, hey, conserve vultures. Okay, UPSC syllabus and previous year question. You started studying it. Yes or no? Have you ever seen a vulture in your life? Why would you see? Why should you see? Many people have never seen many birds and animals in their lifetime. They are born and dead also. They thought that their lives were normal. Yes or no? What is normal depends on what you think is normal, whatever has been told to you as normal. You get the point, yeah? If something else happens, either you don't care or you think that that is abnormal, because that's the mental conditioning you have been, imposed upon by others right from your childhood till date. Yes or no? You understand my words? Okay, you get it? Biomagnification. What is magnification? Increasing in quantity or size. Bio means within living organisms across trophic levels, ultimately in the apex predator or scavenger or secondary carnivore. You get it? That's the previous question. Increase in concentration of diclofenac is the reason for the extinction of vultures in India. So what? Don't we have any alternative? Well, we do have. We always have an alternative for everything. Well, it depends whether we look at it and we use it or not. Meloxicam. So diclofenac has alternative. Vulture safe alternative called as. Many books mention diclofenac and extinction of vultures, but many books don't mention meloxicam. Yes or no? Have you come across meloxicam till now? See, you might have read many books. You might have seen many YouTube videos, many PDFs online you must have seen, but never you came across meloxicam. Yes or no? That is the difference between literacy and education. Even I never got this in many books, because those people did not do the work to add value to your preparation. They simply copy pasted and sold it. Commercial. We want to add some value to you. Meloxicam. So diclofenac. What are the reasons for extinction of vultures because of diclofenac usage? What are the reasons for biomagnification of diclofenac and extinction of vultures? Number one, irrational, irregular, over usage, over administration, veterinary, over administration, irrational veterinary administration, irregular veterinary administration of the diclofenac. Because diclofenac is affordable, less expensive, and in government veterinary hospitals it is given free at a highly subsidized price by Government of India. Free or very negligible charge. Many people could afford it. If you can afford it, you will abuse it, misuse it, overuse it. Yes or no? And ultimately what happened? You know what's happening now. What is the vulture safe alternative to cattle for veterinary purposes? Meloxicam. But why we are not using meloxicam in India now? That's it. It is relatively more expensive than diclofenac. Government of India is not giving subsidy to meloxicam. Initially it was, but Government of India gave a subsidy. See, intention of Government of India was to help farmers. Through government veterinary hospitals, it gave subsidy. But people started misusing it, abusing it, overusing it. Then ultimately it will have its cost. You remember? Barry Commoner said, there is nothing called as free meal, free lunch. Everything will come at a cost. If not you, somebody else has to pay. If not now, tomorrow you have to pay. If not in one form, you have to pay in another form. So, misuse, abuse, overuse of veterinary diclofenac has a cost in the form of extinction of vultures. Government of India never thought. Now, domestic production of meloxicam is less. You are importing it. Cost high, and Government of India doesn't want to spend money on that now. They have other priorities. What is the priority of governments? Winning in the next election. Tamil Nadu election is happening today and tomorrow. What is their goal? Nothing else, just to win in the election, that's all. Yes or no? After winning, they will plan for the winning next election. Meanwhile, they will do time pass, yes or no? Not all governments are like that, but depends who is doing what. Now, who will worry about common people? Farmers are poor, isn't it? Well, we will see once you become IAS what you will do. You can do actually, in your district, you have resources to educate farmers, increase awareness, decrease irrational usage of diclofenac, and maybe introduce low cost meloxicam. You can do it, but are people doing it? No, they are not doing it. You get the point here? Maybe now that you are educated, we will see what you will do once you become IAS. So, there is a lot of work to do. Government will not do anything by itself. You should put up a proposal, put up a file, continuously follow it up with your seniors through proper channels. Continuously, whenever you meet a minister, you raise this topic. Whenever you go to meetings with chief secretary, raise this point. Whenever there is a collector's meeting with the CM, raise this point. Every media, use media. IAS are using media to introduce course, sell the course, earn money, to become celebrities. They have YouTube channels. How to prepare UPSC, it seems, IAS. But nobody is using social media to educate and increase awareness among poor farmers, yes or no? Who is stopping you from doing it? Farmers may not appreciate you as much as UPSC civil service exam aspirants would appreciate you. If you help farmers, you may not become celebrity. That is why many IAS officers are not trying to help farmers, but want to become YouTube celebrities. Yes or no? We will see what you will do. You are just one step away from it, isn't it? It is easy to criticize others. What will you do once you become one? That matters. At that time, other things will become so minuscule and minute that they are not problems to you at all, because you will become so big that other things will become too small. Hence, they will not be your priorities. Your priority would be something else. Promotion, social media, CM meeting, meeting with big people, big things, competition with friends, competition with others. Farmers will become very small problem to you. Yes or no? How many district collectors visit villages frequently? You are busy, too busy in attending meetings with ministers, everyday meeting. Why did you become friend, philosopher and guide to whom? People forgot all these things long time ago. Yes or no? Now how can you help them? You will forget. Who will remind you? If somebody comes and says to you, hey, do you know who I am? You will say, yes or no. You will come and advise to collector, damn it, who are you? Out. Yes or no. That is what is happening. We tried everything. Without trying something, we will not come on to this side from that side. We were on that side few years ago. In between we went, we learned few things and came back, but on to this side. Though it is short distance, it took long time for us to come. in between we picked some things up. We call it as experience. That is what adds value to your preparation now. Yes and now. Okay, getting back here. So, meloxicam is a vulture safe alternative to diclofenac. Well, that is for your value addition, that is all. That is biomagnification for you. Next and the last topic of the basic concepts. What is that here? Ecological succession. What is ecological succession here? Ecological succession is a directional, predictable, gradual change in the species composition. Species composition means floral and faunal. Flora means the plant, fauna means animals, which includes microorganisms also. Floral and faunal composition of a given region over geological, rather ecological time scale. This is a relatively comprehensive definition, inclusive definition of the process of ecological succession. What is that? Directional change, predictable change, slow gradual change. Change in what? In the species composition. What do you mean by species? Species of plants, species of animals, including microorganisms of a given region. Every region is different from another. Like every human being is different from another, every region is different. As we mentioned earlier, no two ecosystems are identical. I don't understand this. They are not, though they may be next to each other, they may be at a same latitude, seemingly they may have similar flora and faunal composition, but if you go and observe microscopically, there would be differences in that sense. So, what is that we are looking at here? So, directional, predictable, gradual change in the species composition of a given region over geo-ecological time scale. That means the change would happen in its own time frame, not when you want it, not when you expect it. It occurs in its own pace. It will take its own time. Often you say, right, take your own time. They take their own time. How much would it be? It would be different for different regions. Sometimes it may take just few decades, sometimes it may take few years, sometimes it may take few hundreds of years, sometimes few thousands of years, sometimes millions of years. The forests we have now, they were formed. It took millions of years for them to form what they are now. Don't you think? Amazon rainforest, you know how many years it took? Times immemorial. Millions of years it took for the present day Amazonian forest to be in its current form. Millions of years. We don't even know how many years it took. Because if you go inside Amazonian rainforest, it is difficult that you will come back in a single piece as you went. Not many people go and come back as they went. It is different. Forest changes you. You see Mudumalai Bandipur forest, you know how many years it took for it? Thousands of years it took for the forest to be in the current form. It is easy to cut down trees and change a forest into agricultural land or city or road or railway track. Isn't it easy? It is easy. Overnight we can do it. But to form, centuries, often millennia. So that is what is the meaning of geo-ecological time scale. You will understand this often. Yes. So that is ecological succession. In simple words, what is succession here? In simple words, formation of an ecosystem. In simple words, what is succession? formation of an ecosystem. With a transformation from barren land or barren rocks transformed by a pioneer species to form climax communities to the present day. Is ecological succession in general. So, formation of ecosystem is ecological succession. What do you mean by formation of ecosystem? That means earlier ecosystems were not present, or what? They were not present few years ago, few centuries ago, few millennia ago, few lakhs of years ago, few millions of years ago. The ecosystems which we have now, they were not present. Then what was there? Barren rock. Bare rock was there. Rocks were the earliest formations because of volcanic activity. Yes, all the igneous rocks were present. They are the older forms of rock. Yes or no? Igneous. Then comes your metamorphic and sedimentary, you know them. Yes. So, here the process of ecological succession follows certain steps here. So, what happens in this ecological succession? A change happens. Change from what? Bare rock to development of cracks in the rocks, which are called as crevices. Cracks. Cracks trap moisture. Gradually lichens grow. Lichens have fungi or fungi. They release acids and they will develop the cracks deeper, and ultimately they would result in the formation of soil. Pedogenesis is a process. Pedology means study of soil. Pedogenesis is the process of formation of soil. So, soil forms, soil proper, and this soil will have growth of mosses and moisture, and gradually insects would appear, and to consume insects, birds will come from outside, and birds will bring seeds in the form of bird droppings. So, we have propagules. What is a propagule? Seed in the form of dropping through a bird from another ecosystem far away is called as a propagule. These propagules would germinate and would form plants and eventually trees, and in this process many animals would come. So, birds, animals, insects, they form the faunal composition. Lichens, mosses, propagules, plants, trees, they form floral composition, and all together they form the present day climax communities, and they form present day ecosystem. So, earlier what was there? Bare rock. Now what is there? Ecosystem. And the set of changes which occur over a period of time is called as succession. You will understand this. So, what are the different stages in ecological succession, and what are the different types of ecological succession? We need to discuss different stages of ecological succession. First stage is called as nudation. What is nudation here? Nudation is bare rock, presence of bare rock will be inhabited by lichens. Nudation. Second process is what? Migration. Lichens move along with the wind or air from another region and migrate onto the bare rocks. Rocks undergo weathering process, and also the fungi release acids. Gradually the rocks will develop crevices. Migration of lichens results in establishment and growth of lichens, and they trap moisture, and lichens grow further, and this would not only change the rock into soil, but also the insects also would arrive. And naturally what happens is, there is certain amount of reaction, and this reaction results in pedogenesis and competition between various organisms, because when there is soil, then there will be mosses, lichens, insects, and all would appear, and bird visits will be there, and there is a competition, and competition would result in modification. All organisms would modify their surroundings, modify their abiotic surroundings, modification of abiotic surroundings. Once there is modification, there is further growth and development of organisms here. So diverse flora and fauna would grow in that region, ultimately resulting in stabilization and resulting in climax communities. In this we have had questions earlier that lichens are the first type of organisms which arrive in a region where there was no ecosystem proper or existent. Hence lichens are also called as what? Pioneer species. Now after formation of this ecosystem, what kind of organisms can be found there? Present day organisms which are found in ecosystems are called as climax species. So often ecological succession is also called as a set of changes which occur in a given region from pioneer communities to climax communities is called as ecological succession. You understand this? So you have seen various stages of succession. Now you will have a look at what are the different types of succession. So classification of ecological succession. So we have two types here primarily. So first one is primary ecological succession, next one is secondary ecological succession. What is the difference? We have other things also. So primary ecological succession is from bare rock, that means no pre-existing ecosystem, to formation of soil, then formation of an ecosystem. There was no ecosystem at all in that region. From bare rocks, a brand new ecosystem got formed, and it takes very long time frame, often millions of years or lakhs of years or thousands of years or some centuries it takes. This type of ecosystem wherein bare rocks transform into an ecosystem and ecosystem forms for the first time in a given region is called as primary ecological succession. Now, what is secondary ecological succession? Secondary ecological succession talks about a pre-existing ecosystem. So, an ecosystem pre-existed there, but destroyed because of either natural or human induced events. Natural reason would be like a tsunami or a flood or a forest fire or a wildfire or a volcanic eruption, earthquake. Yes, any natural disaster would completely destroy a pre-existing ecosystem. In that place, for a new ecosystem to form would be called as secondary ecological succession. Or human activities, for example, you see shifting cultivation, which is also called as swidening cultivation. Some people clear a strip of forest, convert that into agricultural land, and after a few years the soil fertility comes down. Again they will move to the next patch of forest, clear that forest, convert, leaving the previously converted land barren. That area has to get converted to full ecosystem in few years. That takes time, but lesser time than primary succession. Often secondary succession would have soil which is existing, and underneath the soil roots are intact, seeds are present, and microbiota are present. On the surface of the soil only lava deposited, or fire killed everything, or flood has destroyed, but underneath the soil life is still present. That will germinate. It takes only years, short time frame, often only few years or maybe few decades. You understand? A full scale ecosystem would form in few decades in the case of secondary ecological succession. Understood the difference between primary and secondary? This is one type of classification of ecological succession. And second type of classification is the autogenic ecological succession and allogenic ecological succession. Autogenic ecological succession talks about if factors present within a region, if they bring about ecological succession, if they are responsible for these changes of ecological succession, then that type of ecological succession is called as autogenic ecological succession. Factors present within a region are responsible for change. If external factors, whether biotic or abiotic, if external factors outside a region factors bring about a change, bring about the succession, then that type of succession which is initiated and driven by external factors outside a region, that type of succession is called as allogenic ecological succession. Yes, this is one type of classification of ecological succession. What are the other types of ecological successions? First type is autotrophic ecological succession, and second one is heterotrophic ecological succession. Autotrophic succession talks about if photosynthetic organisms are responsible for succession. For example, algae, mosses, then grasses, then plants, then trees. If succession follows this path initially and primarily driven by photosynthetic organisms, but type of succession wherein photosynthetic or organisms or plants lead the succession, lead the change, that type of succession is called as autotrophic succession. Plants play a very important role in succession process, if that is the case. If animals, heterotrophic means, for example, fungi or insects, birds or reptiles, sometimes animals. If succession is predominantly driven by or brought about by animals, then that type of succession is called as heterotrophic succession. Usually these occur simultaneously. Both plants and animals would drive this change, not just plants, not just animals, because plants need the transfer of propagules. They need birds from one region to another region to bring seeds. Animals need plants for their survival, food. How can they live independently? Usually they occur simultaneously, but for the sake of classification, we are using different set of terminologies here. What is the terminology? Autotrophic succession, heterotrophic succession. Clear? So this is about ecological succession. Fundamental concepts are done. Now the next topic is what? Okay, what happened? Anything else? Nothing much? Okay, we will move on. So the next topic would be second chapter called as what? Environmental degradation. Environmental degradation. Here environmental degradation means what? A decrease in the composition, decrease in the quality and decrease in the capacity of natural ecosystems to support life of animals and predominantly of humans. So this condition of decreased ability of ecosystems to support our life is called as degradation. Now degradation of environment can be studied under two headings here. First one is short term environmental degradation, which is often reversible, manageable. Short term, reversible, manageable type of environmental degradation is also known as what? Environmental pollution. That is one type of environmental degradation. And second type of environmental degradation is what? Long term. It takes decades or even centuries for us to realize. Often will cause irreversible changes. Once done, done forever. We cannot reverse it. Irreversible changes often are complex and unmanageable. Difficult. It is very difficult, very complex, and changes are permanent. Such type of environmental degradation, which is also known as what? Climate change. So both are important because both are part and parcel of triple planetary crisis we mentioned earlier, if you remember. Among three components of triple planetary crisis, two are these. Third is loss of biodiversity. Yes and no? These are the pressing problems in front of mankind today concerned with future. If we don't act now, we don't even know what would our future would look like. You understand this? So these two are the important things here. And next is biodiversity, very simple here. Now you want me to talk about biodiversity first or pollution and climate change first? It depends. What is the time? Okay, it's only 7:36 now. Anything is okay for you? Yes. Okay. That is about your pollution. So it comes from a Latin word called as pollure or pollure. Means to add something which may be harmful. Yes. So how do you understand pollution here? Try to understand few terms here. Contamination. Contamination means what? Addition of something. Addition of something physical or chemical or biological substances or factors which may alter the natural properties of environment, called as contamination. But what is pollution here? Pollution means in general contamination of environmental components causing harmful effects in animals and also in humans. So contamination need not be always harmful, but if it becomes harmful, it is called as pollution. So all pollutions are essentially contaminations, but not all contaminations would be called as pollution. You understand this? Just difference. And the substance or factor which causes contamination is called as a contaminant, whereas substance or factor which causes pollution is called as a pollutant. You understand this? Based on the component of environment which is getting polluted, we will have types of pollution. For example, atmospheric pollution, we will talk about that. Atmospheric pollution, which is also called as air pollution, very frequent, very commonly seen in India. We are experiencing it. Not only in Bangalore, you must visit New Delhi. You would understand what air pollution is actually. Of course, many cities are there in India which are polluted. Yes, atmospheric pollution. Second is very popular. A lot of questions have been asked here. Water pollution. Third is soil pollution. These are major components of pollution. And we can have the subsidiary types of pollutions in the form of what? In the form of your noise pollution, in the form of your the solid waste, which includes plastic pollution or plastic waste, e-waste and hazardous waste. And less significant is thermal and radioactive pollution. Less significant. Yes. So these are the things which we will discuss under the heading of pollution. If you understand pollution better, climate change becomes easy for you. Yes. So getting back to pollution. What is air pollution or atmospheric pollution? And what are the reasons why we have air pollution or atmospheric pollution in general? So atmospheric pollution is majorly caused by lot of different types of pollutants here, which are in the form of what? Which are in the form of gaseous pollutants. Gaseous pollutants. We have the liquid pollutants, which are also called as aerosols. Third is solid pollutants, which are called as particulate matter, PM pollution, PM10, PM2.5 and all. We have lot of such things. For example, black carbon, brown carbon, soot, ash, that is fly ash. We have lot of such things. Yes, we will talk about them. PM will have particulate matter 10 and particulate matter 2.5, which is also called as respirable suspended particulate matter. Directly they will enter your lungs and get deposited, causing fibrosis. Very dangerous. We will talk about them later. So what is atmospheric pollution? So how do we define pollution? Do we have a definition to pollution? Yes, a very generic definition to pollution can be given here. Very generic definition to pollution. So, how do we define a pollution? So, presence of or addition of physical or chemical or biological substances or agents or factors. Factors like what? Light, heat, whatever substances we have, certain moisture or relative humidity, whatever it is, yes, lot of factors in general to the environment. So, you can change this term to atmospheric air or to water or to soil, you can use those terms here, to the environment in such quantities or for such duration which may be harmful is called as pollution, environmental pollution. So, this covers important aspects of the pollution here. What is that here? Presence of or addition of something, you add something which is not a natural part of the environment. Presence or addition of physical substance or a chemical substance or a biological substance or agent or factor. Why we are saying this is, for example, we have the air pollution includes noise pollution, which was added by Amendment Act. You understand this? Noise is one type of energy, vibration energy. Energy is none of these but a factor. Factor, yes or no? So, the factor can be added, that also can cause pollution in that sense. So, factors to the environment, to the air, to the water, to the soil in such quantity. Low quantities may not cause any harm, but large quantities would be harmful, or for such duration. For such duration, short duration no issues, long duration. For example, if there is a smoke in the air for 1 hour, you will tolerate it. 1 day you will tolerate it. Continuously for 1 month, that is not acceptable. You cannot adjust for 1 month. 1 hour you can adjust, 1 day you can adjust, 1 month, 1 year, 10 years, you will die. Duration matters for such quantity or for duration which may be harmful. A very generic definition. Now, air pollution, again air pollution can be defined what? Again, presence of or addition of certain substances, physical, chemical, biological, in either solid or liquid or gaseous form, in such quantities or for such duration which may be harmful, is air pollution in general. So, what are the sources and causes of air pollution or atmospheric pollution in general? Sources are what? Again, as usual, industries, automobiles, power plants in general, agricultural activities, and fossil fuel combustion. So, all those activities put together are responsible for these causes. Of course, you can say that there are natural causes also, like forest fires, volcanic eruption, forest fire, volcanic eruption also would cause air pollution, but they are rare. They are not present in every part of the country or the world. They are rarely present, rarely cause, not regular, not consistent, yes, not every day, but these cause pollution every day. What are the causes here? Cause can be multiple, for example, gaseous pollutants and aerosols and particulate matter. Largely we will focus on them, then we can move on to some other components here. What are the gaseous air pollutants in general? We can divide them into multiple groups here. oxides of carbon, oxides of nitrogen, oxides of sulfur. These are major groups of gaseous air pollutants, major groups. Apart from that, we have certain other gases also, like ozone, ground level ozone, and like chlorofluorocarbons. Like chlorofluorocarbons also cause pollution to some extent, yes. And some other substances in the form of what? Lead, toxins like lead or benzene products. We can have a lot of such things. We will talk about them. Major groups are oxides of carbon, which are carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide. Oxides of nitrogen, nitrogen monoxide, nitrogen dioxide. Don't include nitrous oxide, N2O. N2O is not a air pollutant. There is a greenhouse gas. Yes. So nitrogen monoxide, nitrogen oxide. Sulfur oxide, sulfur dioxide, sulfur trioxide. Major, very important. Yes. Apart from that, ground level ozone. We will talk about them one by one. Oxides of carbon. Carbon monoxide is released by incomplete combustion of organic substances. Incomplete combustion. It can be burning of wood in ill ventilated places, burning of coal without proper supply of oxygen, or burning of fossil fuels in internal combustion engines, without proper oxygen supply. See, in all these activities what happens? There is incomplete combustion of organic substances resulting in the formation of carbon monoxide. Carbon monoxide is harmful to humans and animals. Why? Because carbon monoxide can readily combine with the hemoglobin faster than oxygen, displacing oxygen. So usually what is the function of hemoglobin? To combine with oxygen, forming oxyhemoglobin complex in the blood, and thus transport oxygen from lungs to cells. Hence hemoglobin is called as respiratory pigment. Now hemoglobin is not associating with the oxygen, rather carbon monoxide is combining with hemoglobin, forming carboxyhemoglobin. Which replaces oxyhemoglobin. Then tissues, would tissues receive oxygen? No. Then tissues would suffer from hypoxia. Hypoxia means low oxygen stress. When tissues become weak, no energy, no ATP, and eventually they would suffer from no oxygen, anoxia. This causes tissue death. Initially, it is observed in the form of burning sensation of eyes, headache, nausea. What is nausea? Vomiting sensation, uneasiness. You understand this? And gradually loss of consciousness, coma, and death eventually. Yes. So this condition is called as carbon monoxide poisoning, carbon monoxide toxicity, or carbon monoxide poisoning, which is very harmful. Yes. Next, carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide is a product of what? Complete combustion of organic substances. Complete combustion of organic substances. Like what? Like fossil fuels, like coal, crude oil, gas and all. Yes. So complete combustion. Whereas carbon dioxide is called as quantitative pollutant, whereas carbon monoxide is called as qualitative pollutant. What is the difference here? Carbon monoxide is not a natural ingredient of atmospheric air. Mere presence of it indicates pollution. Hence it is called as qualitative. even in small concentrations would cause harmful effects. Hence qualitative. Next is what? Carbon dioxide. Low quantities, not harmful. If concentrations increase beyond tolerable limit, then only carbon dioxide becomes a pollutant in the form of what? Asphyxiant. Carbon dioxide under high quantities is called as asphyxiant gas. It causes choking and breathing difficulty, coughing, and worsens already existing respiratory diseases. Yes or no? Pre-existing disease, for example, old people, very young children, pregnant women, people with previously diagnosed respiratory diseases, or people who underwent surgery and are recovering, or bedridden patients, people diagnosed with asthma, COPD, chronic obstructive pulmonary diseases. All these people, they will suffer more. You understand this? Under high quantities only, carbon dioxide is asphyxiant gas. Under low concentrations, carbon dioxide is not a pollutant. Hence, carbon dioxide is called as what? Quantitative. What is quantitative? Increase in quantity would make carbon dioxide a pollutant. Normal quantity will not make carbon dioxide a pollutant, because carbon dioxide is a natural component of atmospheric air. 0.04% partial pressure. So, carbon dioxide, complete combustion. But carbon dioxide has another property, that it acts as a greenhouse gas. What is a greenhouse gas here in general? Remind me once time's up, because everything cannot be learned in a single day, because tomorrow also we have session. Yes. So, what is greenhouse gas? What is greenhouse effect here? Why greenhouse? Carbon dioxide accumulates within troposphere. Troposphere, you know, within which we have atmosphere. 8.5 to 14.5 kilometers from the surface of the ground extends troposphere, common roof to all organisms on the surface of the earth. We have a common roof. What is that roof called as? Troposphere. So, carbon dioxide accumulating near troposphere would act as transparent to light. Which light? Sunlight. Yes. But after absorbing light, objects on the earth would convert light into heat. Yes or no? The heat radiations generated by objects on the earth are called as terrestrial radiation, in simple words. So, terrestrial radiation are blocked by carbon dioxide, and terrestrial radiations would remain entrapped within troposphere, resulting in increase in average surface temperature of surface of the earth, thus causing warming. You understand this? This effect is similar to greenhouse effect. Now, what is greenhouse effect? In cold countries or temperate regions, because of unavailability of direct sunlight and intense sunlight, heat is not present. Because heat is not present, plant growth is not sufficient. They need heat. How can they generate vast amount of heat for agricultural purposes? It is very difficult for them. Hence, they developed a technique called as greenhouse method. Why greenhouse? There is a glass house in general, yes, within which plants are grown. Glass house within which plants are grown. Glass, transparent. It allows light inside, but structures present within the house like plants and all use the light energy and release heat, and glass doesn't allow heat to escape. So, what will happen to temperature within the glass house? Increases. You get the point? So, why it is greenhouse? Green plants are grown. Greenhouse. Yes? Greenhouse effect is light is allowed and heat is generated, heat is trapped. This phenomenon is called as greenhouse effect. Why? Because of property of glass. What is the property of the glass? It acts transparent to short wavelength electromagnetic radiations like ultraviolet, and opaque or translucent, does not allow the long wavelength electromagnetic radiations like infrared heat radiation. Over. That is the chemical property of glass. Allows light, blocks heat. That is the AC rooms have glass doors and windows. Car has a glass window, yes or no? Why? Light is allowed, but heat cannot enter or exit. Inside AC is on, cold. Outside it is hot, yes or no? Glass blocks heat, but allows light. That is the property of glass, the mineral property of glass. Similarly, carbon dioxide also acts in a similar way to that of glass. It allows light, blocks heat. Hence, the impact of carbon dioxide is similar to what happens in greenhouse. Hence, carbon dioxide is called as, metaphorically, greenhouse gas. This concept does not change. You understand this? This is fixed concept. This would never change. Please remember this as it is. Why green? Why greenhouse? What is greenhouse effect? Why carbon dioxide is greenhouse gas? Neither it is green, not it is present in a house. Then why greenhouse gas? You know, simple questions often if you do not know the concept. Okay, greenhouse effect, greenhouse gas. In general, carbon dioxide accumulates near the roof, that is troposphere, allows light, blocks heat. You understand this? Hence, carbon dioxide is considered as greenhouse gas. So, that is a greenhouse gas on another level, because it takes long time for carbon dioxide to act as greenhouse gas. Not immediately. Immediately what it is? A pollutant. But when would it be a pollutant? High concentrations, high quantities. If concentrations of carbon dioxide increase, what will happen? It acts as asphyxiant, choking, breathing difficulty, and the difficult respiratory disease would increase. Yes. So, these are certain aspects about carbon, oxides of carbon in general. It is irritant, asphyxiant, primordially it is poisonous. Poisonous it is. Burning of eyes, burning of skin and headache, all those things will come because of carbon monoxide, primarily. So, primordially when you consider carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide is asphyxiant, carbon monoxide is poisonous. Simply differentiate it. Yes. On a long term basis, we will talk about this later. Carbon oxides, oxides of carbon can combine with water vapor, forming carbonic acid, which would contribute to acid rain. Not now, not immediately, but on a long term basis. You understand this? Carbonic acid. Okay, we will talk about that later. Next is what? Oxides of nitrogen, especially nitrogen monoxide, which is called as nitric oxide, and nitrogen dioxide in general. So, how are they released? What are the sources here? Automobiles, automobile exhausts, and industrial chimney exhausts. These are responsible for oxides of nitrogen release. And oxides of nitrogen are not considered as primary pollutants, rather secondary pollutants. What do you mean by secondary pollutants? Nitrogen monoxide and dioxide do not cause pollution directly, but when they combine with volatile organic compounds, hydrocarbons, they form peroxyacetyl nitrate and ground level ozone under sunlight. And this peroxyacetyl nitrate and ground level ozone, they form brown smoke, and if this combines with the fog, it will form smog, which is called as photochemical smog, also known as Los Angeles smog, also known as modern smog, also known as brownish smog, also known as summer smog, also known as urban smog. Previous question. Affects visibility, causes burning sensation and economic losses. For the first time observed in Los Angeles in 1940s. You will understand this. Hence Los Angeles smog in general. So oxides of nitrogen do not cause pollution directly as they are, but they combine with volatile organic compounds which are nothing but benzene products or hydrocarbons like fumes, fossil fuel fumes through exhaust tailpipes of automobiles. When nitrogen oxides combine with others, they form secondary components like peroxyacetyl nitrate and ground level ozone. These would cause pollution, burning sensation of eyes, choking, breathing difficulty, brown smoke. If this combines with fog, early morning summer fog, it will form photochemical smog, affecting visibility, causing irritation of the eyes and causing accidents and economic losses. Visibility is affected. What can you do? You can't even move. Flights get cancelled, trains get cancelled, bus will get cancelled, car you cannot go, bike you cannot go, and how far can you walk in a city? No. Hence you will stay in the home. You understand? Economic loss. Some people may lose job or business or commercial activities, yes, and this smog will cause respiratory problems. So lot of harmful effects. Hence nitrogen oxides are secondary pollutants, not primary pollutants. Now you know what is photochemical smog. Why it is called as photochemical smog? Under ultraviolet sunlight, photo means sunlight, ultraviolet, chemical reaction, secondary chemicals are formed, combining with fog they form smog. What is smog? Smoke plus fog is called as smog. In English language there is a mechanism of arriving or deriving new words called as portmanteau system. Aware of it? What is portmanteau? You take two words with two different meanings, combine some part of first word, combine some part of second word, combine these two parts and synthesize a new word with a new meaning. This mechanism of deriving new words in English language is called as portmanteau system. For example, breakfast plus lunch, brunch. Any other words? You can potato, potato plus tomato. Anything else we regularly use? Think about it. Pabad, okay. My friends used to say public administration pabad. I said please. Anything else? Edutech. Edutech, yes, enough. Aware of the term edutech? Edutainment, edutech. Anything else? Rom-com, maybe. Yes or no? Sci-fi, hi-fi, Wi-Fi. So many are there. You use regularly. Anything else? Come on. Don't say Delulu. Okay. So what is that here? Photochemical smog. You get the point here? Yes. So next is, so that is how oxides of nitrogen are secondary pollutants and are responsible for smog. Clear? Next we will move on to sulfur oxides. Time's up? Fine. Thanks for your time and patience. See you in the next session. Thank you.